We'll call to order the Stevens Point Area Public School District regular school board meeting Monday, April 14th, 2014. Amy, roll call vote and verification of quorum, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Here.
Ms. Faxon?
Here.
Mr. Larson?
Here.
Mr. Presley?
Here.
Ms. Scott?
Here.
Ms. Sheedlin?
Ms. Shively? Yes, I'm here, thanks.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Button?
Here.
Mr. Brosnan?
Here. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 3, approval of the agenda. We've been asked under the consent agenda to pull item 8A, the minutes from the March 31st, 2014 meeting out. We'll deal with that one separately. Any other changes to the agenda?
Yes.
Yep, the agenda's right here. Yep. Oh, here's the revised one.
Oh, let me see. Didn't have a chance to look at that. Yeah, that's yours. Oh, I'm sorry, 9E5. I wanted to move that up, as well as, where's the one? Is it 3 and 4? No, is it? What was changed on the agenda?
This right here.
Okay. I would like to move 9E5 up, please.
Do you have a place where you'd like to see it?
Maybe after, maybe you could move it to 9A. After 7, item 7.
Right after 7? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure.
And then also,
Wow, yeah.
where is the?
9E3, I believe. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, it's a little bit harder when they put some names behind other ones and then...
Sorry if I'm taking the pen on the board.
Where's your memo? Which part is your memo?
Oh, 9D3.
9D3.
Yep, and I'd like to move that one up too, please. To the same place. So 9E5 and 9E...
D.
9D.
D3.
3.
E3 is a first reading? Oh, for 222?
Yep.
All right, we'll move that up into 9A. That'll be item 9. Any other changes to the agenda? Jeff?
I'd like to see 9E4 moved also. It goes hand in hand, I think.
With the policy. Yeah.
With the policy. If we're going to move the policy, we might as well move the discussion at whole.
3 and 4, or just 4, are you saying?
4 goes along with the policy discussion.
Are there any other proposed changes or moves to the agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda as we talked about moving items?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion? Amy, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
I apologize, did we pull out consent agenda to vote on it separately?
Yes.
What letters?
9A, or 8A, I'm sorry.
Can we do B also? I'm sorry.
We started the vote, I don't think we can.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Ms. Button?
Yes.
Mr. Brosnan?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thanks.
Is the math right?
How can it
8
be
to 0?
8-0?
Sorry, 9-0.
Okay. Thank you. All right, on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have our students from Madison Elementary in. We're ready when you are.
Liberty and justice for all.
One got mostly all red or pink, that's pretty awesome. Mostly. So we have our Madison Elementary students, and I'll have Chris Scott, board member, present you each with a certificate. Brooklyn Brown,
Brooklyn.
Yara Riley, Mallory Greenwood, Izzy Salazar, Annika Herheim, sorry, Faith Kemp. I apologize. Okay, want to hold those up? And then Mr. Bemowski or his assistant there is going to take a photograph. Okay, so big smiles. There you go. Okay, now you get to introduce your folks. Remember their names, not mom and dad. Okay, so we're going to start over here.
Tammy Salazar.
Where's Tammy? Welcome, Mom.
Michelle Kempe.
Where's Michelle? Michelle, thank you.
Maria Meyer and Jason Herheim.
There they are. Thank you.
April Byrne.
And where is she? Back there. There you go, April.
Colleen Greenwood.
Colleen. Welcome, Colleen.
Tiani Riley. Right there.
Tiana? Tiani?
Tiani.
Tiani, there you go. Thank you very much. Great kids, great families, great formula. So thank you very much. Let's give it up for our kids. To meet the board members and just go right around the table. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Good job.
Thanks for coming in.
Vanek.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
I apologize, my hands are ice cold.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, young lady.
Thank you
Good
very
job.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice job. Nice job.
Chris is here, okay.
I am.
So what I'd like to do at this point, at this time, is recognize a teacher. If Dan Hoppy would come forward, please. Dan is a social studies teacher at SPASH. Dan, thank you very much. The Wisconsin Association of School Councils, or WASC, a statewide organization of public, private, and parochial school student councils and/or student leadership groups, has named Dan Hoppy the 2013-14 Region 2 Student Senate Advisor of the Year. The WASC is dedicated to the continuation and expansion of student leadership development in Wisconsin. Dan was nominated by one of the SPASH Student Senate members and will be recognized at the annual WASC State Conference in Madison on April the 27th. Congratulations, Dan. We appreciate it very much.
We hereby present you with this certificate of recognition for being chosen the WASC 2013-14 Region 2 Student Senate Advisor of the Year, given today. Congratulations.
I was going to say,
We're going to take a picture before we
yeah, I
start
know.
talking.
I was going to see if I want, really it's a reflection of Ashley and the student leaders at SPASH, so I kind of asked Ashley if she could be
Absolutely.
part of the
Come on up,
picture. So it's more a reflection of that.
Great.
One more.
There you go. Congratulations. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks.
Board members would like
We
to...
go around too, Ashley. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job. Congratulations.
Different side of the table, huh?
And we have a pretty special recognition tonight, and we've done this a couple of times during the year. But we'd like to recognize our Spash Lightning basketball team, who took second place in the Special Olympics sectional tournament that was held March 16th at UWSP. So if the following students are here, we'd like to have them come up or maybe be escorted up. Alyssa Alvarado. Is Alyssa here? Come on up, Alyssa.
She's been here before.
Yeah. You're famous.
Congratulations,
I know you've been
Alyssa.
here.
There you go.
Congratulations.
And stay up here once you get your certificate. Is Jesus with us tonight?
Nope.
He's not, okay. Is Kevin Bean?
Nope.
Nope, okay.
I didn't see
Dan Cook?
Didn't see. Nope.
You're the ringleader, huh,
You may
Alyssa?
be
That's
it.
great. Mike Cook? Andrew Patterson.
There's Andrew.
Here's Andrew. There you go. Congratulations, Andrew. Nice job, Mrs. Scott there.
Andrew, congratulations. And there's your certificate. We're very proud of you.
Scott Renford? Scott with us tonight?
No.
Nope. Okay, we were told he would be here. Marissa Sopa, I know, is not.
Nope.
Valerie Van Asten. Valerie? Here we go. Here's
Now you, I know, have
Valerie's.
been here
Oh,
before.
this is
Yeah.
Daniel. He's not
Andrew,
here.
I have yours right there.
Congratulations.
Okay. And Brad Ziaya?
Nope,
Is
he's
Brad
not
here?
here.
Okay, our coaches Kelly Wheeler, Andy Larson, and Mike Smith here, or any of those?
They're not here.
They're not here either. You came on your own.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's introduce your parents. Can you do that? Valerie, can you introduce your parents?
My dad.
Where's Dad? And Mom. There you go. Hi, Mom and Dad.
I have my baby to the Morgan with me, my fifth.
And Morgan, welcome.
I have Tara Lisa over there.
Where? There we go.
Right there.
Okay, congratulations to all of you. Let's give it up for our... There you go. Congratulations. If you go right around and our board members would like to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice job, Andrew. Way to go. Alyssa, congratulations. Nice job.
Good job. I love that
Congratulations.
t-shirt. Big Panther.
Congratulations.
Good
Good job.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations again.
So every month, we've begun recognizing individual staff members who would be nominated by students. And this month, we have something that's a little unusual, so I'm going to ask Wyatt Bartlett and Tyler Olson to come on up. Gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
Good. You doing?
Good.
Good. Feeling uncomfortable?
No?
No, good, 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 that's good, that's good, and you should be. Wyatt and Tyler attend our Alternative Center, and when asked to nominate someone, they nominated volunteers, people who come to the Alternative Center and help kids on their own time. And they're recognizing the RSVP, workshop volunteers that work with students in the woodworking shop. Students complete basic woodworking projects while learning about power tools and safety. The most important benefit of this program is the bond and the mentoring that occurs between the student and the volunteer. Now, we have two people representing the RSVP, but I think we have other people, actually the volunteers themselves, that we would like to recognize. So let's first start with Jeff Jester, who you all know from last month's meeting, as the RSVP Director, and Joe Murin, coordinators of the RSP volunteers at Fernandez Center. Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Wyatt and Tyler to introduce the volunteers.
All right, well, I'll go first. Well, the woods at Alternative School, it's all possible because of the volunteers that Joe's himself. It's a great program. They take time out of their day. They don't have to, but they take time and they want to do it to help us out in woods, and I thank you. It means a lot to all of us.
Can you introduce some of the volunteers
Oh,
so that you can bring them up? You got the names right
Oh,
there?
yes.
There we go, okay.
We have Steve Liebeck,
Steve?
Steve.
Good to see you
Stan
again,
Carlson,
Steve. How you feeling?
John Van
How are you?
Wagner,
Wagner.
I'm sorry,
Hi, John. Welcome.
Al Hetzel,
Hey, Al.
Oh, we know Al.
and Tom
Hasn't been
Ness.
back for a while. Hi, Al. How you doing? Good to see you. Hey, Tom. Good to see you. Yeah, Julie? Julie? There we go. Julie's last name? Hi, Julie.
She's the RSVP intergenerational
Generational coordinator. There you go. Okay, would any of you like to say anything about the program?
I think the other
I'll go.
student wanted to.
again, like I said, I've been at alternative school for 2 years now, and I've worked mainly with Joe and Arden, who isn't here today, but those two have mainly helped me out, and it's a great experience. I mean, I love the school because I struggled in SPASH, and then when I got to alternative school, everything changed. My grades went up. And it's just, I don't know.
You're a success story.
Yeah.
Wonderful. That's great.
I'm the same way. I've been at the alternative for about a year, and without these gentlemen, it wouldn't be possible. You know, you get something you're interested in, like woods, and it's something you're good at. So why not strive because you're good at it? It makes sense to go for it. And without these gentlemen, it wouldn't be possible.
I don't know if you hear that on a regular basis, but there it is right there. What a great impact you've had, along with the other volunteers. So that's great. Jeff, did you want to say anything?
I tell you, it's just, it's a wonderful example. There's not much you can really add, is there? I mean, it's a wonderful example. The Wood Shop was a program that started through it was a brainchild of a volunteer. It was a partnership that with the Stevens Point School District was allowed to flourish and develop. And today it's a program that we have wonderful volunteers and students coming together, and this is what happens. It's great.
Wonderful. Any of the volunteers would like to say anything?
Well, I just want to mention that we're here because Charlie Fernandez was the one that really thought this thing through and made this thing work. I worked with Charlie. We're in our 16th year with this thing right now, and it's fantastic. And working with these guys right here, it's a pleasure to see them flourish and see them change. That's what makes the whole day go. We say we don't get paid for this by money, but we want a smile, a handshake, and a thank you, and that's our pay.
I couldn't ask for anything more than that. Thank you. Jerry, do you want to step over here? Jerry's our principal of our Alternative Center, and get a photograph here. Yes. That's great. Can you get us all in? Perfect. Let's give it up for our volunteers. Your mom is here. Why don't you introduce her?
Mom?
There you go. Welcome very much.
My mom's Brenda Jensen, but she's not able to make it today.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming you all drove alone. So we'll start with you, Jerry, and we'll just go around and just come around and meet board members.
Okay. Very, very much for all you do. Thank you, guys. I've been to the workshop many times.
Again, but thank you.
Guys are awesome.
I'm doing great. Good to see you too. Say hi to your beautiful wife for me.
They're great guys. I've worked down there, I know. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
You guys do an awesome job. I will be there. I will be there. Thank you.
Yep, great job. Keep it going. Thank you very much. Thank you.
They're good.
I know volunteers don't get enough.
Thank you. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Al. Good job so much. Nice speaking. You did a great job. Great job, and keep it going. Great job speaking from your heart. It was awesome. Thank you.
One more time, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I've been down there more than once. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does this mean I'm...
Thank you. Great to see you.
Not till I...
Thank you so much.
Till I take that out.
Thank you.
I don't know, let me see.
Hey, I'm thinking, oh, yeah.
Donations.
Clover Whiting Elementary School received 154 Jingle Bell necklaces for the Polar Express unit and for the Christmas parade later this year, almost 6 or 8 months later. The June M. Wagner Memorial Fund at Washington Elementary received approximately $500 in donations from several donors. P.J. Jacobs Orchestra received the following donations: $40 from Patrick and Allison Belson and $40 from Dr. Shay Chang and Mrs. Deborah Tang. We appreciate the donations very, very much.
All right. Before we move on to public comments, I do want to introduce two people in the audience. We have Trish Baker. Trish, if you could raise your hand, and Alex Kokonowski. They will join this board at a future meeting and will be our newest board members. With that, we're going to move on to public comments. Due to the length of our agenda, we're going to limit comments tonight to 3 minutes. I do want to point out Board Policy 180. And it's spelled out in the agenda for you and the rules that we follow. We do have one speaker under public comments tonight, Glenn Reindl.
The what? I think he's out.
He's
Here he
coming now.
comes.
Yep,
Do you want to speak, ma'am?
Yeah, I think we...
There's 3 of us.
Is there another one out there? I can.
I'm going to take your spot.
Hold on for just a minute, Glenn, if you would.
No, they must have signed up.
Okay, you've signed up here for items 9B, I believe.
Right, but they told us, at least when I called on the phone, they said I could speak now and also speak in front of 9B.
Oh, if you'd like to, that would be fine. Why don't we let Mr. Reindl go? And you are Susan Morrison and Stuart... Morris. Okay, Stuart Morris, okay. We'll have you up next. Glenn, you've got, the floor is yours.
Glenn Reindl, 1024 Brawley Street, speaking as an individual. Specifically wanted to refer to agenda item focusing on the superintendent's performance. Just in dealing with a number of phone calls, I guess as a leader I've dealt with a number of phone calls from members. People were concerned, I guess, about a story that was put in the online Times or something along the lines. Regardless of the situation, concern is with the evaluation process of not allowing new board members in. Now, I did not hear they had the volume off. Nothing has been changed in the agenda, so it is as written. Just the concern moving forward, we were just talking about issues in the class of businesses, and we're talking about boards and corporations. And it just seems crazy when we go outside of the public realm to take a look at it from a private perspective. The idea that you elect a new board and you bring a board of governors in on any position, anywhere, any new board of directors, and to say you, because you're so new, can't choose a new manager, can't not choose a new manager, you can't do anything. I'm sorry, you just can't do that. We're going to preclude you from doing it. It doesn't seem to make sense. And the idea that somehow someone who comes in is going to either be prejudiced one way or another, I don't understand it. I mean, obviously people are coming in, and I think both Alex and Trish are going to make just as good a decision as anybody else. But moving forward, the concern is that somehow we're able to say to people that, okay, every day in the business world, new leaders come in and they replace people all the time, whether they're low-level managers, high-level managers, and they can be completely competent, they can be completely organized, they can do everything right, and it's like, well, we want to go a different way. You're just not what we want right now. And you as employers have every right to do that, regardless of whether you're on 1 month or 2 months. I mean, we have people on this board here for 4 months, made a decision to renew the superintendent for 2 years with 4 months decision. 2 months down the line, I think they're perfectly allowable in doing that. And I guess so often we look at the school as an enigma, and so many people look at the classroom and educators, and we fight that idea of being public versus private. But sometimes when you look at it from a private perspective, certain public things don't make sense. And excluding board members who are elected and board members who either chose not to run or who not re-elected as making their information more valuable than those who the community wanted, it just doesn't make sense. So I asked to just please move forward. The superintendent should be evaluated during the year. That is a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. I agree with that. During the year, not during June. So I encourage the first portion.
Thank you, Glenn.
Not the second.
Stuart?
Stuart Morris, 1140 Ridge Road, Stevens Point. I came here just to talk briefly about the staffing questions relative to arts and art teaching in the district. I've been a teacher of art and design for 20 years. And I wanted to just share a little bit about my perspective with you. You know, oftentimes when we think about the arts, we think about paintings and museums and all of the things that are in the back of the room here. What we don't think about is the person who cuts your hair, the chair that you're sitting in, the microphone that you're speaking into. All of these things that you're surrounded with are built by people with creative backgrounds. They're all built by people who are either industrial designers or designers of some sort. The building you sit in is built by an architect. She started with an arts education in K through 12. What is it that art educators do? We teach people how to make decisions that are usually not taught in other classes. We teach people how to answer problem statements with more than one right answer. That's a discipline that doesn't happen throughout all classwork. It's a discipline that only happens in the arts. And it's a discipline that eventually leads to all of the things that surround you, the entire built environment that we live in. So please think about that as you make decisions for staffing of K through 12 arts in the district. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan?
Susan Morrison, 473 West Carner Street, Stevens Point. I didn't time this, and I want to get through it, so I'm going to read something that I might read a little quickly. But why art? Is it just for fun, relaxation, an optional curriculum if you have the time to spare? The push for STEM classes is clearly understood. Everyone wants our children to do well on what is now a global stage. We all want our children to be prepared, to have credible skills and not fall behind. We want our children to find jobs and be able to support their families. So let's take a look at what a few major CEOs of major American businesses have to say. GE hires a lot of engineers. We want young people who can do more than add up a string of numbers and write a coherent sentence. They must be able to solve problems, communicate ideas, and be sensitive to the world around them. Participation in the arts is one of the best ways to develop these abilities. Clifford Smith, president of General Electric. Arts education aids students in skills needed in the workplace, flexibility, the ability to solve problems and communicate, the ability to learn new skills, to be creative and innovative, and to strive for excellence. Joseph Callahan, Xerox. A broad education in the arts helps give children a better understanding of their world. We need students who are culturally literate as well as math and science literate. Paul Ostergaard, Vice President, Citicorp. And finally, one of the leading companies in the world with its innovative founder, Steve Jobs, said, "It is in Apple's DNA that technology alone is not enough. It's technology married with liberal arts, married with the humanities, that yields the results that make our hearts sing." Forbes article 11/16/2013 states, "Apple dominates list of the world's most valuable brands." How did that happen? Was it just technology at the right place at the right time? Or was it because Steve Jobs was trying to, as he said, make our heart sing, trying to create a visual product? Stories of his rejects of lesser designed items are well documented. A tactile product, a user-friendly product, a meaningful product that could help students learn across the globe. Is this why it is the most successful company? An article in the New York Times, Sunday, 11/14/2013, titled Art Makes You Smart by Jay Green, Professor of Education Reform at the University of Arkansas. 11,000 students, 500 teachers. I'm going to sort of trim my words. They took them into the Crystal Bridges Museum. They did a survey, and they found that particularly among low-income and rural students that they demonstrated stronger critical thinking skills, higher levels of social tolerance, and greater historical empathy. At the risk of self-indulgence, I want to bring this home to my daughter, who was educated in Stevens Point after we moved here when she was in 7th grade. As a 5-year-old, she took a class at Harrisburg Art Association in Pennsylvania. The teacher would show the group a work by a famous artist such as Matisse and talk about why it was successful, the colors, the shapes, the movement. Then she would set up a still life and they would do a painting based on these ideas. I walked in the room a bit early one time and you could have heard a pin drop. A group of 5-year-olds was clearly focused. They had ideas and they were expressing them.
Susan, excuse me, are you almost done?
I can cut to the chase.
Okay, thank you.
She applied for jobs. She's a PhD to be on June 15th of this year from Stanford. And she was given a job at Google. And I just want to say that she was chosen not because of her skills, but because of the experience she had in the creative skill set. And studying art lets you practice the creative skill set. You have to practice it. It's not something that just happens, and a public school curriculum starting in elementary school must incorporate this practice. As Gerald Gerard, PhD, President, CEO of Fairfax County, Virginia Economic Development Authority said, "I believe that creativity will be the currency of the 21st century." Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7A, SPASH Student Senate Report. Ashley.
Spring sports have started out this year. Last week, FCCLA went to their state convention. 13 members competed in star events, with 5 advancing onto nationals. All did well. Also, 2 finished first in the state for their state events. Student Senate put on a Power of Words Day last Friday. There were 2 speakers, Zach Zellner and Elijah Kay. They gave presentations 3 times throughout the day, and the presentations were open to students and staff. Student Senate, as a part of their Power of Words Day, left motivational sticky notes on every student's locker, and many students were appreciative, and we got a lot of positive feedback from that event. The music students have started to prepare for their showtime. Showtime will be May 1st at 7 at SPASH. The Spring Blood Drive, hosted by the health assistants at SPASH, will take place on Wednesday. It's their big event for the year, so that's it at SPASH.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. We had a typo here. We had someone who also, Art Greco, wanted to speak during public comments. So, please.
Thank you. Art Greco, 5459 Oakwood Lane. I'm here to talk a little bit about the Clean Power decision, and I'm sure all of your minds have been bouncing things around, and I'm just trying to add some creativity to the thought process, not thinking that this is an original idea. But one of the things I was looking at and thinking at is, in Clean Power we have good employees and we have maybe not so good employees, just like anywhere else. One of the things I would like to just bring up is, as we hire in-house, we have more control, and perhaps we have a better ability to hire custodians with a broader base of skills that actually have the ability to do the maintenance and not just the cleaning. And the reason why I was tossing this around is because even though we're looking at cost savings up front, where possibly we could be spending more later and hiring even more maintenance, because we have limited our ability to have the people that we have in-house doing some of the smaller maintenance things that are done on a day-to-day basis that I know our in-house maintenance people do. So something to possibly think about if you haven't thought about that before. And as far as you've heard that, the discussion about relationships before, obviously I'm not going to rehash that in length, but I've been in this district for 22 years. The first 2 years I was on like a string, like $13,000 a year. But the first thing I remember is the custodial people that I always met, and the relationships I've built in 20 years. And in building those relationships, knowing these people at a different level So when I speak and say that relationship actually gives me insight as to the type of care the kids get versus some of the care they might be getting with the Clean Power person, I really want to re-emphasize that because it's not always about a dollar. I understand budgets. I understand that we are looking for money, but sometimes getting rid of one thing to save a dollar today costs us $5 later. And I know you're all aware of that. I just wanted to come up and I wanted to share that thought process with you. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Agenda item 7B, board comments. Bob Larson, thanks for voting in sustainability.
Thank you. Excuse me. First, I'd like to thank everyone that supported me for the school board. I'd also like to thank the people who took the time to vote. I was surprised to see there was only a 10 to 14% voter turnout in this last election. We are lucky to live in a country where we have the ability to vote for elected officials. Based on all the comments I read in the papers, online, etc., it's surprising that people aren't exercising their right to vote in order to resolve their grievances. The only way to change issues that affect you directly is to vote for the elected officials that share your interests. This current school board has been labeled by the news media as dysfunctional, and maybe we were at times. However, we have accomplished some important changes that made a positive financial impact to the district and taxpayers. These changes allowed the district to keep various programs and eliminate the need to lay off district personnel. Here are a few examples of the changes we have made. Long-term care benefit in the district. This change has saved the district and taxpayers over $1 million per year. District health plan. This change has saved the district and taxpayers over $1 million per year. Post-retirement benefit. In 2010, the district and taxpayer liability was $84 million. Today, with the changes made by the current board, the district and taxpayers' liability will be $0 in 5 years as long as a new board doesn't change anything. There are many other positive changes that were accomplished by this current board, but these were just a few that stood out in my mind as major accomplishments. There is still more work to be done, and I hope the new board will work together to keep the district moving forward. Since this last election, I've already heard comments from the teachers' union that the new school board is 6-3 in favor of the union. I hope these comments are false. If they are true and the school board starts going backwards and we return to 2008 status, it will impact the students, district, and taxpayers negatively. I hope this new school board will be 9-0 and not 6-3 when it votes on anything that impacts the children, district, and taxpayers. I cannot emphasize enough to listen to the administration and remember whatever programs you vote for must be sustainable. We still have contracts that are not settled yet, and they will impact the school budget. For example, a 1% increase in teachers' wages is equal to $780,000 increase in the school budget. If the school board does not listen to the administration regarding sustainability, there will be big financial problems for our district. Lastly, I believe that our current superintendent, Attila Winiger, is the best superintendent this district has ever had since I've been involved with our school district. During the campaign, some school board candidates stated if they were elected, they would vote no to renew the superintendent's contract. It's time for the school board to start fresh and keep an open mind. I truly believe if this board does this, it will be evident that we have a great superintendent and we need to keep him as our leader in our district. Again, I want to say thanks to all the people who supported me in the last election. Thank you.
Kim Sherrick, Dale Feinauer Workshop, and the Consolidated Task Force meeting.
I'm not going to speak about the workshop due to the beautiful length of our meeting tonight. The Super Task Force, I just want to let the board know that I have been going to the meetings, the last couple I've been going to, and I would be interested in replacing Bob Larson on that committee as a board member. I know we can't vote on it now, but I just wanted to put my voice out there. Any other questions or concerns I had, I will speak about it because it is on the agenda. So, thank you.
Okay. And lastly, Chris Scott, the 2014 election.
I just wanted to say thank you to the public who voted for me and supported me, and thank you to all the voters who came out and voted. Wanted to congratulate Trish and Alex and Jeff. I'm really looking forward to the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years. I think we have some really, really good people who really are concerned and want to work together. So I just wanted to thank everyone out there who paid attention, listened, sent comments, and it's really appreciated. And I just wanted to share one thing. There was an election a number of years ago, and it was actually a primary, and when we canvassed the votes, one of the candidates lost by 1 vote. 1 vote. So please remember when you're out there voting that your 1 vote might count. It might be really important. It was very hard for me to believe that happened, but it did. So thank you to everyone who voted.
Item 7C, WASB legislative update. Jeff, anything for us today?
I don't have anything this week.
All right, thank you. The Carol White PEP grant presentation, and we have a couple of our
Dave and Jason.
Our faculty.
Dave Lockett, principal at Jefferson, and Jason Schrader, a PE teacher. Do you want this down?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and get started while Jason's getting the computer up and running. This goes back to last year. The Department of Public Instruction promotes a program called Active Classrooms. And it's the notion that children need to be moving, and it's hard to take little people, put them in a school building, and say, sit down, listen for the day, do the math and reading and whatnot that we ask them to do. It's hard, right? And so the department is promoting a notion of getting kids moving and more active throughout the day. We actually, myself and Mr. Schrader and a number of us went to the state physical education conference last year, and we're talking to the new physical education rep who became very interested in what was going on here in Stevens Point. And they sent some folks up here, I want to say in about May of last year. And they collected video of our school and highlighted what was going on here in Stevens Point in our classrooms at Jefferson, as well as in the physical education department at Spash and Ben Franklin, to highlight for a state website that was produced through a third-party company for the state to promote the website that would have lesson plans and whatnot to how to do and create a more active environment for kids, and videos of our schools as well as others around the state to highlight exemplary practices. So we just have a couple of clips here as soon as we get them going that are maybe a couple minutes each that you can have a chance to see our programs and our schools and our kids in action that are going to go live here this spring on a state website that will be visible by schools across the state of Wisconsin. Kind of a very cool thing.
It was just on AV mute. Maybe need a new battery.
Much of the... They flicked up there for a minute.
Much of the sort of behind the lines in the video, and you can ask Mr. Schrader those questions if you wish, are also housed in a physical education website that we have that has all the background for this. It goes much more in depth, and that's now live, and you can see that, right? If you wish to dig deeper into this, so it's a good thing for our school district, and an honor for our school district to be viewed like this. For other schools to say, how do you do it right? Call Stevens Point.
The light turn on?
Yeah.
For a second.
He's on there just for a second.
Is AV mute?
It was on AV mute, and then I'm not sure what.
I have to get closer. I don't know if something's wrong with it, but I changed it.
Is it on your website? Can we? Yeah.
This website. This is designed with some new software that works on any mobile device. So kids can come in with iPhones and iPads and computers, and it's literally touchscreen. So we can open stuff up, give kids videos, any kind of resources, and they start exercising and learning with this new website. So we'll, and this video's on there, so if you can't see it, you'll be able to see it eventually.
One of the connections that when we get to this, one of the connections I think is, I don't know, I think is noteworthy is that a teacher in my school, Christy Nystrom, who you'll see on the clip once it's up, worked with our physical education teacher and Mr. Schrader, and many of you are familiar with the Daily 5 literacy structure, right? And there are 5 segments where kids go to read to self, read to others, listen to reading, word work, guided reading, and they transition around in the morning, and they have to do things in between these pieces. So what happened is that the physical education department was able to bring in structured movement from PE through this website that she programs her entire morning with her iPad and runs and had the whole morning set up with music, with video, with all the assets to bring in, and the kids know exactly how to do this. And it's really high tech. It's applied technology, and it's not just movement for movement's sake. It's structured, targeted movement that's focused on things that we have identified in physical education that are necessary functional movement as well as injury preventative. Right. So the connection.
Example, here's an idea of what it is. This is just a stretch exercise, but in the classroom it's all about the countdown timers and controlling the kids and how much time they have. After they're done working at a station, then all of a sudden these videos pop up and they start moving. So it's making the classroom flow a little easier.
It's blinking.
Nice. Snails whacking on the side.
It was blinking, now it quit there.
And they have the guy come out from the fireplace, but I'm like, it's over. Yeah, right.
He's 13 years old.
Is that all? I only have one son.
Oh, there's something. I see you late. Yay.
You should have seen the view from my office today.
There are 2 segments that we're going to show you the first part of. I'm not sure which one will come up first. One of them is going to be titled Active Physical Education, and you're going to see the staff at Ben Franklin as well as the staff at Ben Franklin highlighting our physical education curriculum that was developed through the PEP grant. And this Core Plus 4 is the part of the website that's being launched by the DPI to highlight exemplary practices. So we can do this one. This is the core, and this will feature our high school and junior high schools. I'll show you the first part of this.
Is this sound? Let me get sound. That's our school right there. There's kids.
In the old PE classroom, students often spent the first several minutes standing in line waiting for attendance to be called or sitting on the floor being lectured about rules of sports. Across Wisconsin, innovative PE teachers are streamlining heart rate monitors and pedometers to help keep students in that target heart rate. At my own school, Rome Corners Intermediate School, the days of standing around are gone. My fellow teachers and I have taught our students a variety of activities so they can come right into class and get active immediately. After warm-up, we give students options and modifications so every student can feel successful in PE. There's a movement and a challenge for every student. Meanwhile, in the Stevens Point School District, teacher Jason Schrader gets students warmed up by focusing on a key set of movements.
If your body won't let you bend and won't let you go in all these different directions and do it with ease, you can't do it for life. That's what we're doing. We're teaching these kids to move. So warm-ups are the foundation of our program. They could be working on an exercise or a review from last class while I'm doing attendance, and then we get right into these movement, 8 to 10 minute movement, warm-ups, and it's quick, it's efficient, it's every day. They get used to it. Once they get comfortable with it, game's on, because there isn't any equipment. It's all just understanding how to the concepts behind it, and then the organization behind it. And teachers are good at this. Bio teachers, they just got to shift their thinking a little bit, and then It's on.
At Stevens Point Area High School, Dwayne Banky's weight training class provides individualized activities targeted at each student's skill level and their own personal fitness goals.
You really have to look at, maybe from the fitness world perspective, how do they get clients in the door that pay money to work out? Let's take that idea, put it in the brain of a physical educator, and create an atmosphere where kids want to work out. They understand that I need to do this. It's not just activity, but let's produce good activity. Let's have the kids understand their body.
Well, everybody has a really good understanding of what they're supposed to be doing, and we're all really motivated in this class, and everybody has something to do. I mean, not everybody wants to ride the bikes in the morning to get warmed up, so you'll roll out, or you can stretch out or go on the treadmill. It just offers like a lot of different ways for everybody to get involved and everybody to start working out right away.
The kids learn that this class is about you, not about the teacher making you do it. It's about you.
Because we're not athletes, we get about 45 minutes. And if you minus the time for changing and for showering, that gives us 30 minutes. So while you're in this room, the mentality is you work.
This isn't just for the athletes, this isn't just for the guys, and this is for everybody, and that anybody can do this class, and you don't have to be a top athlete to shine in this class.
I thought that this room was for already muscular people, already for people who are big and strong and are healthy, but it's for everyone.
At Neenah High School, teachers use heart rate monitors to teach students how to make sure
Jason
sure their physical activity is providing the maximum benefit.
Our active classroom. I want to say I think the superintendent was a recipient of this exercise regimen. Mr. Benke invited him up there, and it was quite good, I heard. Yes.
Opportunities throughout the day to be active. Our goal is to help classroom teachers lead physical activity breaks that are built right into the curriculum. Whether it's in a kindergarten class or AP biology, without getting to move, it is easy for students to become distracted and unfocused. Taking a few short movement breaks will help recharge and refocus students and help them work towards that 60 minutes of daily physical activity. At Jefferson Elementary, the staff has completely integrated movement breaks into every part of the school day.
Not just in PE class, not just at recess, but throughout the fabric of these kids' school day, they're moving all day, every day. And that's what kids do.
The arguing in the house, the pushing, who's first, because the hallway is like, this kind of thing is really kind of obsolete now, which I didn't even think that was possible.
So this is the crawl track. You can see there's a vinyl rug. We put clear little pockets.
And we slide words or shapes or any different concepts you might be working on. You can do it with math, you can do it with reading, you can do it with music, you can do it with anything.
It's been wonderful having the smart tracks out in the hallway because then the students are a little more focused on movement versus chatting, say, with their neighbor and disrupting the learning that's going around in the school. They're doing activities that are helping their learning, but they don't even realize it.
Any type of learning, if you add movement, if you add more senses, you're going to learn a lot faster.
My students in my classroom, we set them up and take them down every day, and it's a nice little project that my students can do and feel really proud about. I think in all, for the entire building, all the classrooms, we've spent less than $1,000. So to set up 7 classrooms, a therapy room, and the entire hallway, it's, pretty cost effective.
Neenah's Hoover Elementary was able to
So those are the pieces. There's more schools that were highlighted, but it was wonderful that our schools made it into the video. It's going to go across the state of Wisconsin. If you have any questions for us, if not, thanks for having us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think it's great.
I just want to say the kids were fantastic. They came in 3 straight hours, 6, 7, 8 hours, and then they threw the camera in my face, right? The kids were just unbelievable. In the last hour, they said, keep going. Because when they walk up, we've been all over the place, and we can tell that these kids actually do this stuff.
They want to move.
And they're used to it. So.
It's great. Great.
Any other questions for Jason or Dave? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
To my mom's.
We're up to item 7E, Superintendent's Report.
Because of the length of the agenda, I don't want to highlight anything that's here, but I'd be glad to entertain questions about the report.
Yeah, I had asked about the partnership with Clinic Partnership. And I haven't received a response yet, and I just wondered if that was part of this and I just missed it, or if you just missed the request, or what happened. It was...
Yeah, we're not prepared to come forward with that information yet, Lisa. We're still waiting to get back some information. So as soon as
that'll
that
be in
comes
your
up,
next report? Or
I don't know when it will be, but we'll bring it, the information to the board.
Okay, because I have a community member that's waiting for
Yeah, it's not an approval item. It's one of information that will benefit our staff.
Correct.
But as soon as we get that information back from the clinic that we're working with, we'll pass it on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Moving on to the consent agenda, we're going to pull out item A, the minute, I'm sorry.
Can I ask a
I'm sorry,
question?
Chris.
One of the items in the report, and I actually had someone ask me, I don't know when, I'm looking for the, it's in your report, it's in a different place on the PDF, so hang on just a second. Sorry. What they are asking, they didn't know what the Wednesday meeting was about, the prohibitive practice, and they said, they asked what the cost was to the district, and I have no idea, and I don't know that we would know that for a while.
Yeah, we won't know the cost, but the first question is, what is it?
No, I explained what it was,
Oh,
but
okay.
they want to know how many people were involved, what was the cost, from the beginning till whatever happens at the end, what is the cost to the district and to the taxpayers?
Okay,
So I
from the
didn't-
beginning, meaning on that day, or from the beginning of when it was first filed?
I would think from when it was first filed.
Okay, when we get
At some
that
point, yeah,
information,
I mean-
yeah. It'll be several months.
That's fine. I'll get back to them. Thanks.
Any other questions on the superintendent's report? All right, moving on to the consent agenda, we're taking the minutes out. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items B, C, and D?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Amy, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Debo?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shagley?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes.
Mr. Brockman?
Yes.
Carries 9-0.
Thank you. The minutes for March 31st, 2014, we were asked to pull those out. And we'll vote on those separately. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Under 9.3, the votes are reported incorrectly.
Nine, which one, Lisa?
9A3.
Oh, 983, okay.
It's the custodial contracting services RFP results.
All right.
Yeah, there's 4 errors there. Do you want me to tell you which ones, or you'll just go back and listen? Or
I'll go back and listen, and I have all the tallies.
okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll need to bring the minutes back at our next meeting. All right, moving on to agenda item 9A1, other post-employment benefits, investment options, information only. Tom Owens.
No, I put it on AV mute, so all I have to do is hit it later and it'll come on. Good evening. This item was placed on the agenda by one of the board members, and as you may know, we are members of the Wisconsin OPEB Trust Consortium, which is composed of 60 school districts. and with investment assets of about $76 million, which provides us with a considerable leverage for getting interest rates, et cetera. There had been some mention by one of the board members at a previous meeting of an interest in RFPing our investment advisor, et cetera, and I don't know if that's the issue this evening or what it is exactly. And in talking to our CESA 6 folks about this, they volunteered to be here this evening to answer any questions you may have. So I'll let them introduce themselves. They are the resident experts, so that if you have any particular questions regarding the OPEB trust that we are employing, et cetera, they'd be able to answer that. So,
Tom,
Dave,
before you do that,
yes, sir.
Could you just, especially for Alex and Trish who are here,
sure.
Could you just review paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 of your memo, because those were the significant actions that the board took relative to our OPEB investment.
Sure. On November 8th, 2010, the board authorized the OPEB Trust to invest assets in annual contribution consistent with investment policy and guidelines that provides investments between 15 to 35% of stocks, 25% preferred, and 50 to 80% fixed income bonds, 70% preferred, and 0 to 25% in cash, 5% preferred. This mix is known as Model 1, somewhat of a conservative model. 2 years later, in October, the board moved to continue with the Wisconsin OPEB Trust and with the same model of investments, of mixtures of assets and investments. On September 9th, just last fall, the board adopted a resolution to the OPEB Trust in which BMO Harris was named as trustee, and Greystone is the investment manager, Morgan Stanley Wealth as the custodian of the trust assets. CESA 6 is the program sponsor. This came as a result of CESA 6, who is the program sponsor, of going out for RFP for investment managers, and after that RFP process, did select Greystone to continue in that process, and BMO Harris was named as trustee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So. Dan, why don't you introduce yourself, and then each person can just introduce themselves.
Good evening. My name is Dave Van Spanker, and I'm the Director of Business Services for CESA 6 and the sponsor of the Wisconsin OPEB Trust.
Good evening. My name is Barry Martzel, and I'm the Senior Consultant within Greystone that's involved with the Wisconsin OPEB Trust Investment Management.
Good evening, Hans Anderson, also with Greystone Consulting.
And I'm Mike Hensler with BMO Harris Bank NA and the trustee for the OPEB Trust Program.
Jeff, questions?
This isn't exactly what I envisioned that this item was going to be. I thought the impression was that the administration was kind of have them do some type of presentation, exactly what we had and what our returns and our investments were. So I guess I'll ask the question. Year to date, how much have we made?
We do have a presentation. If you'd like, we can go through that, if that's okay with the board.
How long is the presentation?
We're going to make it 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Ready to go with that?
I think that's important.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay. No, we'll just have some handouts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
So just briefly, if you go to page 2, this describes the Wisconsin OPEB Trust services and our program. But basically, we work with the number of school districts across the state to help them develop an investment policy statement. And one of the driving forces behind the policy statement is the liability structure. And in the case of Stevens Point, it was mentioned earlier that within 5 or 6 years, these assets will be completely zeroed out because of the funding. So the time horizon on a relative basis is somewhat short, which has then led us to utilize a more conservative investment strategy that's really targeted to be about 75% high-quality bonds, both government bonds and corporate bonds, and roughly 25% in equities, both U.S. and non-U.S. equities. So there's quite a bit of information in the handouts. The question was asked about performance and how the fund is doing. Is if you go to page 5, this will give you rates of return under fund performance and the table on page 5. So we measure performance on a quarterly basis with the fiscal year ending June 30th. So we have this current year for the 3 months ending in March for the calendar year, the total return is 1.34%. And then if you look at the fiscal year-to-date column, that would be a 9-month number from July 1st of 2013 through March 31st of 2014. This year, the 9-month return is 4.74%. So that would kind of give you the history, the shorter-term performance. And then as you go across that top line, the far right-hand column would be since November of 2010. You see 2.99%. So approximately 3% has been the average annual return over the past, say, 4 years, just under 4-year period. I'll just finish on page 6. If you look at the pie chart in the upper right-hand corner, this will give you a breakdown of the overall asset allocation as of March 31st. The lion's share of the pie chart is in that green piece of the pie. That's fixed income or bonds. Right now that's at 69%. Again, these would be primarily U.S. government and corporate bonds. There's another cash component, which is short-term money market of 11%. So between cash and bonds at this point, we're roughly 80%. And then you can see the U.S. stocks are 11%, international stocks are 5%, and then alternative investments, which would be real estate investment trusts, are 4%. So that's the makeup, very conservative, roughly 80% in fixed income or cash, and 20% in U.S. stocks, international stocks, or real estate. And if you look just below that in terms of portfolio characteristics, the overall yield, meaning the interest rate that the fund is receiving as of the end of March, is 1.75%. So this portfolio is what we call total rate of return. It's interest plus appreciation. Right now, the interest-only component would be 1.75%. So that's a real quick summary. Any questions on the trust? Yes.
What's our year-to-date expenses and since the inception?
So there's a program fee which has been lowered. As the trust assets have grown, this program fee started at approximately 1.25%. I don't know, Dave, you want? Yeah, you know the history a little better than I.
So our program originally started at 1.25% between the three partners, the corporate trustee, the investment advisor, CISA 6. That also dropped down to 1.05 as assets grew, and now it's at 0.73, I believe, between the three parties, because assets are over that $50 million, getting close to another break point. Once we get to $100 million between all the districts, there'll be actually another drop in the the fee structure.
So back on page 5, the fund performance that you were quoting for the current fiscal quarter of 1.34, that is net of all fees?
All these returns are net of fees, correct. Yep, the bold lines would be net of all fees to the districts.
When did we go to the 0.73?
November 1st.
Other questions? Anyone?
Jeff, you had made a comment at the last board meeting about an experience that the county had that yields a greater return. I'd certainly like these gentlemen to hear that so that maybe they could respond to see if the investments are the same or not the same, or the requirements are the same, et cetera.
The county has we're required to set up a fund for when we mothball our dumps. We're required to have a fund available for, I think it's 40 or 50 years, I think maybe 30 or 40 years. And that particular fund that's set up, unfortunately, it's not with you guys. It's with somebody else. But it is all based on bonds, and there's no fee. The fee is within the bond, so there's zero cost, per se, to the county. That's all in the sales of the bonds. And I'm just going off of memory. I mean, it's been a couple months since I've had that presentation, but I know the rate of return was over 2%, if not closer to 3, or somewhere above. Whereas I'm just, from a cost standpoint, you know, from what you're telling me, our costs are going down because the fund that you manage is growing, but we still are, compared to that, it's still relatively high because it's comparing it to zero, obviously. That's the concern that I had, is if we shifted all of this to, instead of having a mixed balance of the portfolio, and shifted to the bond, if we could have a different rate.
The rate is uniform across all districts, whether it's stock, bonds, cash. I've been in the investment business 29 years, all with the same firm, and I have yet to see many investments that have zero cost. Usually there's costs somewhere hidden. Sure. We've taken a lot of pride with this program to be totally transparent with all costs, so every district knows the all-in fee. There's no cost to buy in, there's no surrender charges, there's no transaction fees. So we have zero incentive to trade, to generate trading commissions. That may not be the case with the county. If there's no management costs, who's ever involved may have an incentive to buy and sell securities. So there are trading costs potentially. I don't know enough about it, sure. But one thing you should know with this program is the fee is truly all-inclusive. There are no transaction costs, there are no incentives for the investment advisors to move money around other than to grow the assets, because our fee grows as your assets grow and our fee declines as your assets decline. So we feel we are on the same page in terms of being incentivized to grow each school district's assets without really looking at trading or transactions to generate additional revenue for us or our firm.
Given that 80% of our funds is pretty much in a well, not to say that bonds are traded often or not traded often, obviously that's a decision, but since it's not relatively volatile, is there a fee structure that you guys may be looking at for, especially in a conservative fund? If you think about it, you don't have as much activity to manage that fund as somebody who's in an aggressive fund.
Actually, we've been very active with all of the models, including this particular model. We've done a couple things in the past year. One is we were not 80% in bonds 9 months ago. We were more like 70% in bonds. In December of 2013, we reallocated 10% of stock monies that were up over 25% for the calendar year last year and moved that into cash. So the second thing we've done within the bond allocation is we have purposely shortened up maturities. We feel interest rates here in the near term are going to move higher. We want to be in shorter term bonds so that as rates move higher, we will extend maturities further. So even though it's in bonds today, it may appear as if it's kind of on cruise control, but really it's not. We are actively managing all portfolios, including our more conservative models that the Stevens Point District is investing in at this time. So it's actively managed, both in terms of the stock to bond allocation, as well as the types of bonds and the average maturities that we are using, for that bond mixture.
And what is the average maturity?
The average maturity on the intermediate term is in that 3 to 4 year range.
Recognizing that all districts' financial situations are different, how many districts are there? 60?
Right about that.
Okay. How many of those 60 percentage-wise rough numbers use Model 1?
About 5 to 10%.
And the others are more aggressive?
Yeah,
more risk?
The majority are in what we call Model 2, which is about half stocks and half bonds. And then the most aggressive model is probably about the same as the conservative, about 5 to 10% of the districts.
And given our situation that Bob had mentioned before about our liability going away in 5 or 6 years, is Model 1 the best model for that versus Model 2, and if so, why?
Well, we worked with Tom and Bill on this way back, and basically when you introduce more stock exposure, the rate of return over time will be higher, but so will the short-term volatility. And so when you study stocks in general, over 10-year windows, there's a 95% chance you'll make more money in stocks than you will anywhere else. But your window isn't 10 years. It's about half of that. So that's why we feel when we come into a new school district, the first thing we want to understand is kind of the term structure of the liabilities. Because if they're very long, then we would argue you should be in Model 3, which has 75% stocks and only 25% bonds. But in your case, we would argue they're fairly short, and you shouldn't be taking a lot of risk because you don't have the time to recover, if the stock market were to have a major correction. So it's really driven, we try to understand that liability stream, and that dictates the policy and then specifically the overall asset allocation. And so hopefully that answers your question. Sure.
There's a dovetail to that also. We currently, because of the assets that we have in our OPEB fund, our 73 fund, it allows us not to have to take as much money out of the general fund to put with the 73 fund to pay out. Right now, our budget, we spend $4.4 million for the health insurance premiums of retired staff. When that phases out, we'll have considerably more leverage for other activities in our budget. Obviously, you can see that $4.4 million would be a significant increase of available funds for our budget. So right now, that's being consumed by OPEB for health insurance payments to retirees. But once those people go out and have received their benefit, and if it's not replaced with something else, then there'll be significant room in the budget, and that dovetails with the investment. So if we were to get into a volatile market and, let's just take the extreme, lose everything in investments, then our $4.4 million would shoot up. We'd have to take much more out of the general fund to cover that 73 fund. Are there any other questions?
Other questions for our presenters? Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to come this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hans.
Thanks for the explanation.
Item 9A2, the contracted custodial services contract. But before we talk about that, Tom, we do have two people from the public that wish to speak. And I hope I get the names right. Jesse Kibbe.
Hi, thank you very much to the members of the board for having us here tonight. My name is Jesse Kibbe. I'm here on behalf of SEIU Local 1 in Milwaukee. Most of you have probably already spoken to my friend and colleague Dave Summerscales. He's enjoyed talking to you all, but he's expecting a baby, him and his wife, at literally any minute now, and she didn't look too kindly upon the idea of him coming tonight, so I'm here in his place. As you've heard from Dave and from Mr. Greco earlier tonight, there's been an ongoing discussion about problems with clean power here in Stevens Point. And my understanding based on tonight's agenda is that you'll be making a decision about that janitorial contract. So I wanted to review some of these concerns, which Dave tells me, based on some of the discussion at the last meeting and some of the discussion that we've heard tonight, are concerns that are shared by many members of the community. At the meeting on March 31st, you heard from Dave that Clean Power has a track record of performance issues, regulatory problems, and poverty wages. And you heard that the cost of their contract with Stevens Point increased $700,000, or 32%, from the time they gave you the original figure to the time the contract ended. This plays into what we heard earlier tonight from Mr. Larson about the importance of fiscal responsibility, and what we heard from Mr. Greco about having issues where you're sometimes penny wise but pound foolish, and those almost $750,000 I think certainly speak to that. And at the last meeting we also had Clean Power ask the board to approve a contract without a price listed, essentially a blank check. Now my understanding about the purpose of competitive bidding is that it creates transparent pricing and it saves taxpayers money. And for Clean Power to put forward a contract with no price seems to me like the furthest thing from transparency and fair competition. And since this time, additional concerns have come to light about their proposal. In their bid, they were asked the question, have you ever failed to complete any work awarded to you? Clean Power answered no. However, Clean Power has twice been terminated from contracts within the last 3 years. Iowa County terminated their contract for cause in September of 2011, citing a non-performance clause. The Oostburg School District canceled their contract 1 year ago in April 2013 because of repeated performance problems. Clean Power also listed Milwaukee County on their list of contracts in hand on their bid for this contract. But just last fall, Milwaukee County's Board of Supervisors voted 17-0 to reject Clean Power's $9 million bid to take over janitorial services for the county. Waukesha County Technical College, also listed in Clean Power's contracts on hand within their bid, just switched away from Clean Power to a new contractor less than 2 weeks ago. Any contractor that receives taxpayer dollars should have a track record of quality service and should comply honestly with the transparent, competitive bidding process that's designed to ensure accountability and save taxpayers money. I think all these facts taken together make a very strong case for awarding the next janitorial service contract here at Stevens Point to a responsible contractor. That's all, unless there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Glenn Reindl, you wish to speak also? Glenn? There he is.
Glenn Reindl, 1024 Raleigh Street, Stevens Point. If you look back in the history of the school board, there were a couple things that in the past you moved forward with a bit of, I guess I would say, consternation and animosity by the groups, but I don't think you're ever going to be going back, and I would argue that both those decisions made were creatively done. One thing we can talk about is the idea of the change in insurance policy. Came up with a new way to look at things, new way to bring things forward. You said, okay, let's look at this. How can we do this differently? It was done. I think it puts a burden on employment, but it's a big savings, and for whatever reason, it seems to be functioning. That's what we're hearing from our members. The new insurance is functioning. The second thing is when you took a look at the new school, elementary specifically, schedule. You said, okay, how can we shake this up? And you brought it in right before school, and ultimately the adjustments are going in the right direction. There's a lot to do in the elementary, but the administrators, building level administrators, and their creative adjustments took care of it. And now we come to Clean Power, or the idea of the custodial services, basically the people who maintain our buildings. And all of a sudden we're going to say, this is the group, these are the numbers we circled, it's Clean Power. Now many of you have personal issues with it, and I think it's time to maybe look outside the box, or at least forego taking a look at Clean Power without moving forward in a different light. Is there a way to deal with groups, people within the district that are saying, okay, if we're paying 16 something per person per hour for Clean Power, is there a way to bring in 12? I know there are cost savings, but ultimately, I mean, the recommendation from the administration was, no, we can't bring any more part-timers in. It just does not allow for the best quality people to be attracted from it. The bills, I just spoke to a girl, she just got her work permit. She's going to be making what the starting people at Clean Power make. She's a wonderful girl, but you wouldn't put her in charge of a whole floor. You wouldn't give her 45 keys. Let's take a look and look at opportunities. Wausau brought in housekeepers. Wisconsin Rapids has different levels where you take a look saying, if we really want the people in charge of our schools, I mean, if I need things done, I go to Scotty, I go to Rick, I go to Terry. I know they're going to get done. They've been the first name people, and I'm just saying, I understand it's the money, and everybody's concerned about money and where we're going, but this is our environment and our building. So hopefully a little bit more time and a little bit of creative problem solving is going to take care of this issue. But I don't think Clean Power is going to fit the bill moving forward. Thank you.
Tom, you're up.
Okay, just two factual corrections or clarifications. Two clarifications of alleged fact presented by just now. The reason for the expansion of the cleaning contract over the years is not because they raised their rates. It was attributable to the fact that this board directed that as positions are vacated, that we hire them for service providers and replace them. So the 700 and some % alleged increase wasn't due to price hikes, but rather expanded contracts at the direction of the board. The second correction is that I personally resent the fact that people are saying, or some 2 or 3 people are saying, that there was some kind of a blank check asked of this board. That is absolutely false and unfair. We presented to you the RFP. Contained in the RFP were the prices for the hourly rates for each entity that bid, and those were provided to you. There was never any blank check proposed or anything. All we did this evening, per your request, and that's no problem, was to fill in those blanks with the very same information that was before you last week, and that is the per hour rate for the individuals. So I just wanted to clear up those two things, because when they're said in public like this without proper backing, some people can get the wrong idea. Is the board's direction that contracted cleaning be used in this district to reduce costs? That's your directive. We have followed that directive. We too, administration, have felt that there's a point at which going with contracted cleaning reaches an efficiency level, and you have to either decide to go all in or all out. We have no desire to replace our custodians entirely with Clean Power or anybody else. It's never been an interest of ours. So we made the administrative decision to hold it at a 40% limit for contracted cleaning. Obviously, if you have a number that's odd, that 40% might be 40.05 or 39.95 or something like that. But in that area, when we ran the RFP per board policy, we had an independent group of administrators, an administrator too, as well as a purchasing agent and a very reliable custodian go through the RFPs and based on the criteria make a recommendation. You saw the recommendation last week. It's at the bottom of your sheet in your memo this evening. It makes no difference to administration whom you select. I understand there's a number of people that have some kind of a personal issue with Clean Power, whether it's in Milwaukee or here personally or whatnot. But if you want to go with some other contractor, so be it. That's your privilege. It's just that you need to go with someone, because the way you have directed us to operate this district and the decisions that you made with all of the other priorities that now occupy the budget, you really can't turn around and replace these people with regular custodians. And if, as the suggestion of other people is, that somehow we come up with some other rate, you're merely splitting the pie a little bit. You're still going to see increases, whether it's $250,000 or $300,000 or whatever. I assume that you would want to extend insurance benefits to even part-time people, perhaps not. Maybe you don't. But you need to decide what you want to do. The recommendation of the committee, the evaluation committee, of which I was not a part, found that the contract should again be awarded to Clean Power. And I also let you know last meeting that that contract allows for a 30-day termination. If at any time we're not pleased with their performance, we can terminate it with a 30-day notice. We have had people indicate their dissatisfaction with Clean Power. I've had people indicate their satisfaction with Clean Power. I've had allegations that they have done certain things which have not proven to be the case. I've had some allegations that have proven to be the case. I've had allegations that have proven to be the case to be found with our own custodians as well. And we have also proven factually with data that our custodians are very responsible with keys, both the contracted custodians as well as our own. They have a very, very low loss percent among them. So that being the case, you have asked this to come back to you with the lines filled in, and you will please note that on the second page of the contract, at the top, you see the various years indicated there with the dollar amounts per hours. Those were that's the same information that was provided to you last month, but it's filled in now in the contract. And that is those are the rates, and that was their RFP. So at this point, I guess just turn it over to you, Mr. President, and find out what your pleasure is.
Questions for Tom? Chris?
Oh, I didn't have a question. I was going to make the motion so that the board could have the discussion.
Okay.
So I would move to approve the contract with Clean Power to provide custodial service per their RFP and to authorize the board president to sign the document for the same on behalf of the district.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Kim?
I'll just ask one first. The criteria that was the recommendation committee, basically, it was questions on a sheet of paper that was answered by the RFPs that were presented, correct?
I wasn't a party to that. I'll let Don and Mark, they were part of that committee.
Yes, that's correct.
So it wasn't anybody's personal feelings or working with the people or history with them. It was just questions, like reading a book. You're going to read a book and you're going to ask the questions.
They were given the criteria and they were asked to respond, yes, so we just read the responses. Sometimes if they didn't respond directly to a question, we would, because they would break the questions out in their proposals and say give the responses. One of the respondents did not provide direct answers, then we dig back through the whole proposal. Was it somewhere hidden within all the other documentation that was provided? But yes, for the most part, it was a direct responses, yes.
So I could have did it. I could have been on the committee and answered the questions also.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's one of mine, but I'll let somebody else go.
Did I see a hand from you?
Renee, I think she was quicker.
Oh, I don't know. I had a question on page 5. It says that the custodial service contract, so this gives the hours, the rate per hour that the district relief 8 hours per day, 250 days, $11.50 per hour. So that's what the contractor Clean Power would pay people that fit into that category, correct?
Yes. We defined a new hourly rate that we wanted the people to be paid. Okay. That was in the RFP.
Okay. My question is then on page 2, you have what the contract term is, what they're going to charge the district for 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. And that shows an increase at least from 15 to 16. But I don't see any increases in what we're asking them to pay over the 5-year period.
No, we didn't define an increase. We defined an increase over what the previous contract was.
And a question, if I could be incorrect, and please correct me if I am, but under Act 10, you negotiate with unions for their increases. However, I would believe we would have the opportunity to look at perhaps finding different ways to structure the custodial care, as was suggested that some districts do. I know in the past we haven't had the flexibility, but you could bring in people that do some of these basic tasks that are nicely outlined here, and you could have different categories of custodial or housekeeping, whatever. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has any research been done to look at that?
Yes. Yeah, we're actively looking at that.
I'm very much in favor of that. I understand from a human resource standpoint about contracting out and things, but, when you're paying, $5 to $6 per hour to an agency, I'd rather keep that money in our own community with our own employees. I think poverty and, having worthy wages is something that I'm really an advocate for. And now that we do have the flexibility of being able to do those creative arrangements, could you bring something forward to the board to look at?
We are working on that right now, yes, because the 60-40 split will require us to hire additional custodians, our own, because we're actually asking Clean Power to take a step back, and then we're going to be stepping forward. So we're developing that, and we're going to bring it to you.
Okay, but I'm even looking at the 40%. If you have 30, if you can change it in 30 days.
Oh, well, that is dependent on this contract. I mean, if we sign the contract, that's what defines.
No. She's saying, what if we were to have the cleaners be district employees, the 26 people? Could we look at that? The answer is yes. Of course, we can look at that.
Because you can, now with Act 10, you can do creative things, so you can work with people, and you can hire more people, so you have a lot of freedom to do that.
I should have said that at the mic so that everybody could hear. Apologies. Her question, let me paraphrase this, and if I'm wrong, Renee, please correct me. But you're saying, have we considered, or would we consider look at the 26 positions that are Clean Power now under the 60-40 split? Would we look at maybe having those be cleaning positions that are district positions and no longer? We can do that. This board has never asked us to do that. We have toyed with that to some degree. If the board wants us to do that, we'll be happy to. We would like some direction. Do you want to pay health insurance? Do you want to pay other benefits that are voluntary to them? Because that increases costs. We just need to know how to come back with the numbers. So, and I'm only talking to you right now, but I mean to everybody, if that's the collective decision of the board, because obviously the wages would be far below what a Class 1 custodian beginning would make. If we bring these people in, we can't afford to bring them in all at Class 1 starting positions, because that would be close to $2 million. We just don't have that money. Less the $700,000 that we pay Clean Power, so it would be a $1.3 million hit or thereabouts.
And I'm not asking that. What I'm asking for is creativity and bringing back the board options. You have benefits, you have some things, because as Bob mentioned earlier, we want something that's sustainable. But if you can, if you have $17.32 an hour you're working with, you're paying out anyway, and here your wages are $10 to $11.50, there's some opportunities to do some things and to create some opportunities for citizens.
We can take a look at that and see if we can match $17 and whatever with benefits.
I'm asking you for creativity to find out what's going on. I'm just asking if we could do it on our own.
Well, that's up to the board.
Tom said yes, we would bring that back.
If that's the wish of the board, I haven't heard what the board.
We'd have to have a motion and.
I would also say that we could do both things at the same time. There's a 30-day time period by which we can terminate this contract in order to have something in place moving forward, unless the board wants to wait again to make this decision.
I'm not saying that. What I was saying was,
I
was asking if we had looked at any creative options, because we have that opportunity to do that.
Right, and we will do that. And so my question tonight is then, do you want to wait to approve this contract for us to bring back options, which may take, I don't know how long it would take. Tom?
Representative from Clean Power is here, and I just asked him would they be willing to extend our contract on a 30-day basis going forward, July, August, et cetera, just at 30-day increments, until we would be able to get back to you with the information you would request, and until such time as you'd actually be able to take action. And they said yes, they would be willing to extend on a 30-day basis the contract going forward 30 days at a time.
The current contract or the new one?
the current contract, just extend it 30 days going forward until, well, yeah, because we basically have a 30, even if you renewed this, we have a 30-day notice, so we could terminate it any time. So whether you approved it or they were gracious enough just now to let us extend it only at 30-day intervals, if that makes you feel more comfortable. So whatever your pleasure, we can either approve this contract, and then if you choose to terminate, we can terminate with a 30-day notice, or they have graciously allowed us to just continue informally, I suppose, on a 30-day basis until such time as a different decision may be made.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the personnel that works for Clean Power and what they're doing, so it's nothing, yeah, a reflection on those individuals, the company.
First.
Bob? Yeah, I was looking over the information on our custodians and Clean Power, and I might be wrong on these numbers, but I used the numbers that was in our presentation. And right now talking, we have basically three options. The first option is going with the recommendation by the administration, going to 60-40. And using the numbers, and I might be off, but for 36 district custodians, we're talking, and I'm just going to round these up, about $2.7 million a year in wages and benefits. And Clean Power, 24 custodians, roughly $600,000. So you have 60 people working in our district, some contracted, some employees, and roughly we're talking $3.3 million a year. That's option one. Option two is eliminate Clean Power and go with 60 district custodians. That would cost the district $4.5 million a year. And roughly our budget, if we go off the administration's presentation, is like 3.3. So we're almost like $1.2 million short. We do not have the money to do that. There's no sustainability. Option three, if we went with 60 Clean Power custodians, then our cost would be $1.5 million, or a savings of $1.8 million. So we have three options. Myself, I would support going with the administration to 36-40. But I just wanted to let everybody know there's two more options out there. One would be going with all custodians in our district, which we can't afford. Or the other way, Clean Power, where we'd save the district about $1.8 million. But again, I will go with the recommendations at our administration. And the other thing is, in 30 days, if it doesn't work, we can always terminate. We have that 30-day clause.
Lisa?
First of all, thank you, Clean Power, for the offer to extend on a 30-day basis. I think that's huge. I think the board would actually be irresponsible to sign a 5-year contract when that offer has been made to us until we do our research. I like the idea of us thinking outside the box and hiring housekeepers for certain duties, district employees instead of full-fledged custodians at the, some sort of creative thing that Renee had spoke about. The other thing that hasn't been brought up, unless I missed it, was the costs associated with the emotional security of us, of our staff and our students, of knowing the custodians, having the same custodians, the same housekeepers, being able to, discuss with them whatever it is, they need. So I support Renee. I think that's a very good idea.
Chris, you had your hand up?
So I guess the motion that I made to allow us to talk about this, and then their offer to extend. How do we do that? If the board wants to do the extend?
You'd have to withdraw the second and withdraw the motion.
And then...
Make a new motion.
The contract's the contract, or?
Make a new motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I weigh in on just one? I'm sorry, did a board member want to speak?
Kim?
Yeah. Were you done with your thought? You're going to think on that motion?
I am thinking on the motion.
Okay. Bob, I just wanted to ask you, when you were doing the custodians, the 60 custodians or whatever, what wage were you using? Were you using their current wage?
administration presented, the $74,000 and change per year.
Okay, so the current wage.
Right.
And I did a little research, and what you have already heard, Rapids and Wausau, Wisconsin Rapids, let me say it properly, are doing the creative thinking already. So, because I was told last week or last meeting that we couldn't make any creative change because of collective bargaining, which is incorrect. So, at least the form how I was told. So let's look at something creative, and let's come back with a couple different options. Full-time with benefits, in my eyes. Some full-time, some part-time, with and without benefits. Kind of give us some numbers to work with, because I would like to see that pride go back into our school, and also help our community out, by hopefully hiring some staff. And I also want to kind of piggyback when you said what they were getting paid per hour, what Clean Power is. They do get time and a half on holidays too, where our staff doesn't. So we're paying more out for Clean Power than what we should. I would recommend to hire our own custodians, but again, let's look at the numbers. So
Kim,
again, thank you, Clean Power.
I just want to make sure you said that somebody told you that this couldn't be done because of negotiations. Was it anybody in administration? Because if it is, I want to
Yeah, last meeting I asked if we could hire our custodians at a lower wage. And I believe Attila said, and I know he did because I looked at the minutes, we couldn't because of our collective bargaining.
That's correct. Your question didn't have to do with the changing or adding different roles of custodians. You asked, could we hire custodians at a lower rate? And the answer to that was and remains no, if you're going to hire them in the positions that we have today.
So I should have asked, could we hire custodian
it's okay.
But, yeah.
He's correct. You cannot change the rate that current custodians get. That's what.
Yeah, correct.
But we can create a completely new classification at a different rate.
But also let me add this, and this was I was going to add. One of the things that the board needs to consider when we bring back other options is that even if we create a new classification of employees, those employees become part of that bargaining unit. And as such, we are then subject to bargaining with them, whereas with a contracted service, and Tom was absolutely correct, we don't have any skin in the game as to which contracted service we employ, Clean Power, Kemper, whatever it is, but the district moving forward then will have added responsibilities for that collective bargaining group. And as we sit here today, it's only for base wages. But then we are required to negotiate with those base wages, and if we can't reach agreement, we can certainly impose. But no one should be mistaken that as time moves along, Act 10 will undoubtedly be revised. It isn't going to remain in its current form forever. There is going to be some bringing back of those items, which potentially are going to be added costs for the district. And so what the district really should consider, the board should consider when we bring back the options and be thinking about in the interim is, are we going to be able to throw the dice? No matter how small that is. Because every added cost then takes away dollars from direct services to kids, FTE, and that kind of thing. So it's just something to be aware of.
Chris, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I guess if they're going to come back and they agree to the 30-day, but, I'm really having an issue. These people have been demonized in so many ways. They live in our community. They're not our custodians. We all know they're not our custodians. This was done years ago, and we had the same type of thing 4 or 5 years ago about how terrible these people are, what a terrible job they do. If you don't like what an employee is doing, then you don't use the employee anymore. I don't think all of these employees are doing a terrible job. And, I'm looking at their hourly wage. I was hired as a temp, and I took complete ownership anywhere I worked. And I don't make as much per hour as they're making here in the new contract. And I work as hard as anyone else, probably harder than a lot of people, and I really have a problem with some of the statements that have been made. I'm going to take my motion back, but I think we better be thinking big picture here, investing in things, and I understand how important it is to have good people in our schools, but there's a lot of places we have to place money. I want to place some money with our staff, with our students, with programs, and I don't want to get to a place where that becomes the most important thing, that we don't have contracted people. So I'll take my motion
You're
back.
going to withdraw your motion?
Do I have to withdraw the second first? Okay, I'll withdraw my second.
All right, then, Chris, do you wish to make a new motion, or Renee?
I don't.
No, I don't. I just wanted to make a point in response to what Attila said. You know, I don't think fear drives good decision-making. I sat on this board and made the tough decisions when we went through Act 10, when it was foisted upon us. I think we have opportunities. If you treat your employees fairly and you address the issues, I really think that perhaps we could have a better working environment going forward. Maybe I'm being naive, but I would like to see this board work together. And Chris, you know, I listened really carefully to what people said, and I didn't hear people talking poorly about the employees. I understand that these people from Clean Power are in our community, and I honor that. I guess, you know, I'm looking at the wages that we're paying, that Clean Power is paying. I guess I would envision if we paid, starting some of the housekeeping jobs, at those wages ourselves, and maybe offered some benefits. I'm not looking to, you know, pay a lot more. I'm looking at what if we did it ourselves. When I worked at Marshville Clinic, we, instead of hiring a temp agency, we had our own pool of temporary pool that we created. It gave people an opportunity to come in, show their stuff, and then when there was a position open, we had people that we could hire. So I'm looking for some creative staffing, and I think if you treat people with respect and you give the board flexibility, I think you can make some really good decisions, and it can be a win-win, and it doesn't have to, you know, cost a lot of money. But
Jerry, can I have like a 10-second response?
Sure.
I totally agree with you, Renee, and there wasn't a lot of negative at this meeting.
Well, then let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Let's not go back.
Renee,
It's a
I'm
new
sorry,
day.
but Chris
There
had the
was.
floor.
Oh, excuse me. You're correct.
But there
Jerry.
was a lot, and I heard from a couple people who work for our district and who are contracted employees. They have families too, and it's really hurtful. And the board came, or the administration came back with examples of things, the facts and the truth. And so it's really hurtful to me to hear that about people. I was a temp. I was one of those people, and I was hired by the employees as the district, as you want for the district. So I don't have any objection to that. I think it's a great idea. It's just hurtful for me when I heard what I've heard. So that's it.
Do we have to make a motion, or can we make just a direct the administration
To bring back.
to bring it back, alternative options, or do we have to make a motion?
Do you want to make a motion to extend the current contract for 30 days pending administration's return with other options for the 40% of our custodial operations?
I would,
Tom?
and if the board chooses, let's do what Clean Power just offered, leave it go for, I mean, when does it run out, June 1st?
It would be 30-day intervals.
Right. We would have to extend the current contract on 30-day intervals, because it ends
June 30th.
June 30th, so we already have a handful of
meetings.
Yes, I know, and I'm not saying the options are going to be easy to come up with.
Well,
That's
it's
what I would like
it's
to
not that
direct
much
the-
thinking out of the box. It's not that creative. It's pretty simple, basically. But the problem is time, analyze, come up with the numbers, and it's not the only thing we're involved in, so it may take a while. And plus, you've got to hear it and consider it. So if you just make the motion that it accept their offer of extending the contracts on 30-day intervals until such time as you decide what to do, because we also, let's just say, you decide you want to do some plan that we come up with, that's the hiring of staff. We have to hire these people. That means we have to post, we have to interview, we have to hire probably the very people that are already there, the Clean Power people, but we would have to hire and that takes time. And we'd have to continue keeping Clean Power people in there as the others phase out, if that's your decision. So,
Okay.
Lisa or Kim, do you have a motion in mind?
I make a motion that we continue with Clean Power on a 30-day intervals until which time the board directs administration to do something different, provided we are able to hear options for housekeeping and different categories of different categories of help.
I'll second that.
Discussion?
When do you, I mean, you have already...
And just let them.
Oh, I just want to know, what's the timeline that they think? Because you said you already had it started.
No, they didn't.
Oh, that was something
on us.
else he was working on.
I just let
Yeah, it was probably 60 days.
Okay.
I mean, we will work on this as quickly as possible because we can't find people right now to work as LTEs, so we're under a pinch.
Okay,
So,
no, 60 days is fine. I just want to kind of give a somewhat of a timeline.
Estimate, right?
If it's sooner, greater, but thank you.
I would say 60 to 90. When the summer hits, you guys are going to be up to your necks in the electrical improvements of this district, and that is absolutely a priority.
Absolutely.
I would also like to have Amy reread the motion, because it was a pretty long motion.
It was, and it might not be the
Well, it might be a
best
way to
stated.
truncate it a little bit.
Yeah.
The motion to extend Clean Power contract for 30-day intervals pending the administration's return of alternative options.
Oh, you made it sound a lot better.
Awesome.
Is there any further discussion? If not, Amy, roll call
Is there a
vote, please.
Mr. Larson?
yes.
Mr. Pressler?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shigley?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes.
Mr. Rossland?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Jackson?
Yes.
Carries 9-0.
2
right.
in one night. Woohoo!
We're up to the approval of the Lamers bus contract addendum. Tom, I think that has your name on it. Thank you, Ashley.
Yes, sir. The Lamers bus contract, it's, we could describe it in terms of a procedure as a no-brainer, but it's in the middle of a 4-year contract. The original contract, which I provided a copy of that you could see, called for renegotiation of rates after the second year before the third year starts, and that was what Addendum 1 is. We have renegotiated the rates. That represents a 1.5% increase with a fixed rate on some local shuttling, which should actually lower some costs there. They do provide a very valuable service to us. They do a lot of the field trips and games and things like that, but also flush out some of our routes and help us when we are short. So we have a good symbiotic relationship with them. I've been using them for years, and we really recommend approval.
Chris?
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve the Addendum 1 of the Lamers Bus Transportation Contract as proposed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Questions for Tom? Jeff?
Is there a reason why we're having shortfalls, or are we don't have enough staffing? Why do these shortfalls exist?
It's not a shortfall. It's a fleet size. We've limited our fleet to a certain size, and they pick up other routes that we don't have buses for. They also provide drivers for those routes, and sometimes they help us out when we're short drivers, et cetera. They also provide drivers for many of the field trips that we don't have staff for. We would have to hire additional people or take on additional budget costs for that. So we found it to be a very good arrangement.
Any other questions? Or Jeff?
So what's our cost per bus versus their cost?
It's fairly close. Our costs are slightly less than contracted. At least at I think last year we looked at that cost, or 2 years ago when we did this initial contract. Our costs were very close. Theirs were just a tad more, but not by much. I don't have the figures off the top of my head.
So if our costs were less, again, I don't...
if we turn this down and we have to get our own routes, we would have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to acquire new buses. We can't afford that. We would have to then go out and find bus drivers. We have trouble finding drivers now. We need them. They're filling in a very needed part of our whole jigsaw puzzle. Remember, every single day, and a lot of people don't realize this, they see the yellow buses go by and take it for granted, but every single day we travel the equivalent of getting into your car in Miami, Florida, and driving to San Francisco, California, and back. We cover that every single day. So it's a big area with a lot of kids and a lot of driving, and we don't have the money to add additional buses to the fleet to make up this difference. It would be a lot of money.
Other questions? Amy, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Paxton?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Who made the motion? Or the second?
Made by Ms. Scott and seconded by Mr. Ebel.
Okay, thank you. Took a little nap there, sorry.
Architectural Services to support the Consolidated Task Force. Tom, and I believe you have a guest with you. Or
That's
two.
the other co-chair, and Mr. Nean is also co-chair, but he's not here today. I'm going to be sitting down shortly and letting the two co-chairs come up and introduce themselves and talk to you about this. I wrote the memo on the behalf of all the chairs, co-chairs, and we have discussed this in the committee, in the Consolidated Task Force Committee. I think it helped to some degree that Lisa and Kim were also present. They were able to hear the discussion that went on and had some time to reflect on it as well. I think I'm just going to stop talking and let these guys take the mic. So.
My name is Jill Erdman-Tepp, co-facilitator.
And I'm Dick O'Cray, and also co-facilitator.
Here we are. So we're here to just ask for some assistance. We've kind of reached the point in our meetings where we've been discussing a number of alternatives, and what we've been keeping in mind has always been what would be best for our students. But at some point you have to consider cost, and we do not know what those costs are. We do not have any professional expertise in this area, and so we are looking for some assistance with that. We need an architect who could accurately estimate some of the costs so that we know if some of these options are even feasible. And Tom has provided in the memo some options to acquire that support.
Ideally, it would be wonderful if in our community we could compel architects to come forward and through their own largesse to donate their abilities and time to the school district, as many members of the community have given their time recently. That may not be realistic, but to be completely pro bono, but it might be helpful to know that there are people out there that could put some numbers to the things that we've been doing for the last 3 years. And I'd also like to thank the board members like Bob and Ms. Scott and recently Lisa and Kim coming by, coming to some of these meetings, and anybody who's been to any of these meetings knows that there's a lot of time and effort put into trying to come up and streamline the recommendations of the task force. Again, we're at that point right now where we can't credibly go much further forward without having some real numbers behind the recommendations that we're going to be coming up with, because to do that would be not giving us the right ideas and perhaps not giving anybody else the right ideas as well. So I guess at this point that's the request of the board, is to approve a motion to fund.
Acquire
Right.
architectural services. We have been trying to kind of fine-tune as much as possible what specifically we would be asking the architect to price out for us to try to minimize the amount of work that the architect would have to do, try to cut down on the number of hours. Tom indicated that he has asked the principals in the last week to take some of the things that we worked on last week and become even more specific, just so that the architect can efficiently do his or her job.
Of the recommendations that were given, which one would you pick?
Me personally, the cheapest.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, certainly, the no-cost basis really works really well for me. I'm just, the understanding that, you can slide the work that way later on. But, I mean, ideally, we just need credible numbers put behind these things, so.
He was referring to...
Of these different,
Yeah,
of these three.
I think there would be an understanding, per what Dick said before, that we would go to community architects and maybe for the first time ever ask the community architects to come together and say, would you provide your services together for the benefit of the district pro bono? I think that's actually a wonderful partnership that could be established.
We wanted to make clear that we're not looking for plans, drawings, architecture. We're not even close to that. We're just saying that if the committee suggests that they do X over here, and we can give enough description to that, we'd ask the architect, what do you think about, what would that cost, approximately? That's the kind of help we're talking about, because we need your help to help us help you with the recommendation that comes to you. So we'd like to go out with, the recommendation is that we go out, take the lowest, get a flat per hour basis from the lowest quote that we can secure, keep it simple. And if that quote is pro bono, pretty low. And maybe if you got more than one pro bono, we could have a couple of people. That'd be wonderful.
Lisa?
In the recommendation, it says that to approve the administration acquiring architecture services without restrictions. I'm not really sure I understand that. I mean, does that mean you don't want to follow policy? I don't know what that means.
No. This doesn't have to get hung up on policy thing. It refers to up above. There are other options. I've built several buildings and led the effort, and I've hired several contractors and a lot of architects. And sometimes when you get into a referendum issue, an architect will say, I will help you with all the pre-design work and all of that, working up the models or the designs for the referendum, if I'm the architect that you select, if it's approved. That's one of the options. I'm trying to avoid getting entangled into that. Okay. So, and then there's an...
Tom, if I can just interrupt, there's an important small error in the word restriction. It should say without restricting locale or future participation. So it wasn't...
That makes much
yeah,
sense.
it does. It didn't have to do with the policy, Lisa. It had to do with the locale or the future participation of the architect. I'm sorry.
That was a typo. It should have been ING instead of ION. But that also referred to up above where somebody said, well, if this person gets involved, does that give them an advantage? If it does come time to bid, maybe not. I don't know. Everybody's going to say this. They see the same information anyway. It's all going to be public, so I wouldn't think so. And we just want to keep it simple. Let it go.
And yes.
Terry, did you want a motion?
Yeah.
Did you want
Yes, please.
Put it on the floor?
Sure.
Okay, I'd move to approve the administration acquiring architectural services without restricting locale or future participation restriction on a flat per hour basis, and select the firm or individual that quotes the lowest rate to assist the consolidated task force in estimating costs related to their recommendations.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Just a quick comment.
Sure.
I want to thank you guys. I know I was on the facilities committee, and each of the committees that met, I got to just watch if I wasn't participating. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of heart. There's a lot of caring. There's a lot of all kinds of conversations that go on. So I just really appreciate all the time and effort. I'm elected, so I want to do that, and it's just great to have a community and people who really care. So thank you.
Kim?
I guess if there would be anybody that would love to donate their time, I've been talking to some contractors that they kind of said an architect would be the way to go, but I have been talking and kind of trying to drag them along. But the meetings are 5 to 7 at the Bliss Center, and tomorrow, right, for a couple more weeks at least? Tuesday. Well, tomorrow. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. So, and who would they call if they would like to donate their time? Since we have a little TV here, and hopefully it'll spread around.
I think we can. They can call. They could call me or Don Keck or whatever. That's fine. And if you approve this motion, we'd probably send out a quotation request to several architects.
But if somebody wants to donate their time, they can either show up tomorrow and kind of get the gist of what's going on, which I'm kind of hoping. I did a lot of volunteer work, and
Sure.
I mean, and again, I've been to a couple of the meetings, and you guys really,
Sure.
work hard at it, and you're picking your brains trying to find out what's best for our district. So I really appreciate that, and I will see you guys tomorrow then.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheidele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Batson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Did you
All
hear
right.
that, Kim? 9-0.
Thank you.
Oh, 3 of them.
Thank you.
All right, 9A5, detail.
Thank you, Dick and Joe.
Thank you.
Detail of partial preliminary 2014-15 budget.
And Terry, I need to recuse myself for this,
Okay.
and Amy, you'll reflect that in the minutes. Thank you.
I don't know what questions you might have. Bill's here, and we also have HR here that could answer some questions. Just one brief note, as I mentioned in the memo, these are preliminary. I'll tell you right now the numbers are wrong. They're subject to change. Well, it's very early in the process. They don't reflect any increase in contracts because we're still in negotiations. There's a number of federal and state projects that aren't even recorded yet. It's much too early. I will mention, though, it does reflect the Affordable Health Care Act has taxed us, our plan, a little over $200,000. So be aware of that. We do, according to the studies, expect that to double in the next 4 years under the current thing. So our local tax money will be going out of state to pay this tax. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. That's in these numbers. Nationally, the effect on school districts like us and others across the nation is about $8.3 billion that are going out of local taxpayers' pockets, and by 2018, that's expected to be $14.3 billion. So we don't have any control over this aspect of the budget. I don't know what's going to be happening. These costs continue to rise. We did not expect $200,000 to have to be taken out of our budget to go for this, but it's the case, and we do expect it to grow considerably. So that being said, I guess subject to your questions.
Questions? Bob, I know you had one earlier.
Well, I was just looking at that thick book you had. And for myself, it'd be easier if we just had a snapshot. And what I did is I just looked at the elementary school budgets for 2013-14 versus 2015-16, and just looked at a couple of them where McDill, that went up for almost 6%, and Jefferson almost went up 7%. So that would be something that I would want to have an answer for. Another one that surprised me when I just looked at the numbers and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but Ben Franklin budget was flat, but the budget for 2015-16 was about $4.6 million, okay? The one that I scratched my head, and so I might be wrong, but P.J. Jacobs was 8.8 million roughly. Why such a difference between two junior highs? That was a question that I kind of scratched my head on, if what I was looking at was correct. And then the other one, I noticed the alternative school jumped up around 31%. But that's just looking at the snapshot. I didn't go through every line.
What's in here for the budget is the payroll that's being paid to people as of, I think it was March 17th. And we projected that they're going to be the same employees, the same pay rates, the same benefits next year.
Just, if you could, just look at P.J. Jacobs. You have one page there where it shows all the dollars accumulated to $1 amount, and I think it showed PJ's for 2013-14. Maybe I wrote it down wrong, but it's about $8.7 million budget, and it's basically flat for 2015-16. But then when I looked at Ben Franklin, it's like almost $4 million difference. Now maybe I looked at it wrong, but that was something that I'd have a question. Why?
P.J. Jacobs, this current year is $4 million.
Well, then I was looking at something wrong, yeah.
And next year is $4,031,031.
That's P.J.'s or Ben Franklin?
That's P.J. Jacobs.
Okay, but I must have got something wrong on it, because I had P.J.'s at 8.7. Of course, that's a big book, and...
Ben Franklin is $4.5 million one year and $4.5 million
Yeah, I got
next.
those right. Okay, so, all right, that's fine. I appreciate it. I cleared that up. And the other ones were the reasons for McDill jumping and Jefferson jumping so high?
I don't know all of the changes. I know there at, I believe it was McDill, it went from 1.9 million to 2 million, so it's up 100,000. It could be 6%.
Yeah.
Some of that I know has to do with they hired more aides there because of changing class sizes and what classes were there. What other changes were, I'm not aware of. I know there has been a few things that we've found as I've gone through it with Jenna where some people were included that maybe shouldn't have been. For some of the custodians probably should be in the 899 or 899 location rather than in the school, or vice versa. 1 year to the next.
The reason that I mentioned it is because, and it's just my own opinion, and like I say, I'm done after tonight anyway, but it would be a lot easier if you had a snapshot, and if you saw something, then ask the question versus trying to go through 500 pages. That's crazy.
This is what was asked for.
I know, I'm just saying. Because when I just look at the bottom number, if I see something that doesn't make sense or there's a big increase, that requires a question. But to go through 500 pages, well, you could use your time a better way. Thank you.
Are there other questions on the budget? Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Item 9A6, Life Skills Center update.
Yeah, this is a simple subject, so I'll let Superintendent cover it.
Thanks, Tom. Greg is here. Oh, wonderful. The request was, where do things stand with the Life Skills Center, and to provide an update. What we put in the memo were what was requested by the city over and above what was originally submitted, and so there were 9 items there. And then we attached the drawings that were approved by the Plan Commission, and then there's an aerial overview with regard to some passageways and I believe the dumpster as well, or the waste center, and then a photograph and drawing, or it's not a photograph, it's a rendition or rendering of what the area would look like. One of the areas that we are going to work with the city on, which is referenced in number 7, is an updated landscaping plan. In terms of trees and shrubbery, there are some restrictions to that the city was unaware of when it comes to a school building, and so we'll work with the city on that. This goes to the Common Council a week from tonight, I think.
Lisa?
I've asked for the cost for the changes. Is there a time frame when we're going to receive those?
Yes, actually, I have a little timeline here going back to January 13th regarding that question about cost. And on a number of occasions, what we indicated was that the facade plan needs to go to the Planning Commission and the City Council, and once that's approved, then we can come back and give you a cost. And if the amount were over what the board approved, that would come back to the board. And if it were not, we would still come back to the board and indicate what the cost was and apprise you of how it was resolved with the city.
Just one point, if I can interject there. We've been saying for the last several meetings, we don't know what the cost of this facility is going to be. No one does till the bids come in, because we don't know what contractors are going to do in terms of pro bono stuff, etc. We can give you an indication once the city approves the plan as to what the facade costs are going to be. We can provide a estimated number of what the building cost is going to be, but that's not the cost of the building. What's the cost of the building is once we get a chance to bid it, because it's a commercial building and it's lost on a lot of people. They think it's a house and therefore it should be really cheap. It's not. It's a commercial building. We have to go under white sheets and a number of other commercial type of activities. So the range of this is bizarre. It could go anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million, and obviously if it's $1 million, we're not doing it, but we just don't know until we actually bid it. So the most important, the most critical thing we do is to get the okay on this, move forward and bid it, and come back to you folks and tell you what the bid amount is. And then you can decide, nix it, move forward, or try to find some other alternative. It's purely up to you.
Questions? Lisa?
It's being said that there's a potential possibility that a recommendation will come forward having the 9th grade up at SPASH. So is the super task force looking at the possibility of, if that's the case, to incorporate this Life Skill Center as part of that expansion and not a standalone?
Yes, the Consolidated Task Force has talked about it, but that issue is a red herring. The building is out of the way. It's in the front northwest
Well, I understand
side,
that.
so-
I'm just saying.
Sorry, I misunderstood then.
From my perception, what I thought the super task force was doing was taking all the information and making a recommendation to the board. And I'm wondering if they are, if this Life Skills Center is going to hit the $1 million mark, which then you say, the probability that we're not going to do it. But if the board still wants it to be done and it can be incorporated into whatever other expansions are going to be done at SPASH, so
I understand what you're saying now. Yes, it was identified back by the facility study group as an issue that should be addressed, and the Consolidated Task Force has also identified it. It's kind of run, well, the Life Skills Center was out ahead of even before you guys called for the Consolidated Task Force, so I think the best answer to what you've paraphrased is yes.
Okay.
The Consolidated Task Force will look at that. And is there a possibility of incorporating that cost into a referendum should the cost be higher than we expect? Of course, yes, if that's your pleasure.
And I'm not talking just the cost. I'm also saying if the cost for the standalone is $1 million, but we can incorporate it into the construction
Right.
if there is additional construction.
Yeah, that's logical. Yeah.
Okay. Kim?
And that, basically, that's what I was going to say. You know, there's been a memo out that we're going to be doing millions of dollars of additions at SPASH if the super task force goes through with moving the ninth graders up. I would really like, and again, nothing against the life skill program.
Sure.
I just really think that we should put this on the back burner until we get this task force, which they're looking at, they're hoping to get done by June, is to put this on the side, because if we can save, you know, $500,000 or $1 million by incorporating this in the SPASH, that would be wise for the board to do. Not the administration, but the board to do, is look at, wait for that task force to get done, and Bob, you probably would, you know, more, at least right now, but, I mean, let's think before we do something and see what's best for our district and our taxpayer. So.
3 letters, please. CTF. Please remember that. CTF. Consolidated Task Force. It's not super anything. It's Consolidated Task Force.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Kim,
Kim, you referenced a memo or memos out there about millions of dollars?
Yep, it was up at SPASH.
Who wrote the memo?
I'm not going to say, but ask your staff.
Well, I'm
not going to throw anybody underneath the bus.
Oh, I am unaware of such a memo, and it didn't have any authorization from the cabinet.
Okay.
The other thing is...
I'm sorry,
Yep.
that's a public document.
Yep, and you can get it from your staff. If you can't get it from your staff, then you can call me and I'll give you a copy of it, yes.
The staff at SPASH?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing is, as we mentioned, the point of the architect is to give us some costing, et cetera, but the most reliable is an actual bid. So if we are able to get to the point finally of getting a bid for this facility, we would know best what the cost is, and that cost, if necessary, if it's your pleasure, could be incorporated into a referendum or go forward and not going forward. Whatever you do with it is fine. We'd just like to be able to find out what this cost is, and we can't ever seem to get to the point of allowing a bid to occur. So, okay, that's...
Any other questions for Tom? All right, thanks, Tom.
Okay.
Policy 830, use of school facilities, and Tom, I think that has your name on it also?
Yes, sir.
Tom, you need the screen down?
Yes, I do.
I think we have to move.
Get it going. Good.
but we're not even... Now we're doing this. 8, 9, 10.
The testing, 1, 2, it works.
Well, if you ask, I'm going to share it with you.
Thanks.
She has to have people come and talk to her. What is this one regarding?
Okay, I put together a PowerPoint to address this issue. It's actually kind of interesting. This is an interesting area. I've started this, as I like to say, because I've been involved with community education for a long time, and the very questions that this policy raises. So this is covering a lot of familiar ground in terms of concepts. Let me first preface by hoping that we can make this point. There is a separation between the use of facilities and what some people have called Fund 80, the community, well, correctly called Fund 80, the Community Services Fund. The Community Service Fund does not drive the costs of anything regarding any of the activities in the facilities. What drives it is this right here, the use of facility policy 830, the school board policy. I will talk about the 80 fund at the end to show you how we expense some costs to fund 80, but it is not the 80 fund that drives this. It's your own policy, the use of facilities. So what is the purpose of this policy? The purpose is for you as a sitting board to specify who is and is not subject to paying fees to use the facility and pay charges when we have to have additional custodial cost as a result of the use of the facility. The board policy, which was last updated, I believe it was September, last fall, does exempt some organizations from paying rental fees. And the cost of supporting such activities, of course, then would be borne or subsidized by the district or the taxpayers. And some users reimburse the district for the extra custodial costs required to support their activity that they're involved in. And again, for those users who do not pay these direct costs, then all taxpayers are essentially subsidizing that particular activity. Now, through the board policy, the board decides who is subject to rental fees, who is subject to reimbursing the district for the extra custodial costs required to support an activity, and what procedures and rules are to be followed in reserving and using facilities. Again, none of this has anything to do directly with the 80 fund. Okay, how have you as a board or your previous boards identified users? Well, you've chosen to break them into 4 categories: school-sponsored activities, nonprofit community activities, for-profit activities, and private or nonprofit out-of-district activities, out-of-district nonprofits. Okay, so you've divided all of the users of our facilities into those categories, not including, of course, our own mission, which is not one of these 4 itself. So the first one is a school-sponsored. So that would be some school-sponsored activity that is going on, and that activity would have precedence over other requests for the use of facilities, and that might be like a basketball practice or a play or something like that. It goes on. They obviously they pay no rental fee and no custodial fees because they're school sponsored. Then you've identified nonprofit community activities, and in your document you've given some examples that may be current or perhaps needs updating, but those are just examples. And some of them are 501c3s, which are tax-exempt organizations. Some may, the policy says they may be charged a rental, but I don't know of any cases of I put almost always no fee is charged. That's community nonprofits, not out of community. And they do pay custodial fees, typically on the weekend and overtime only. Now, the policy specifically says that these groups are only charged if it's outside the work of the regular custodian. We have to bring them in on a weekend or something like that. If the custodian is there during the night and they're just present and a group is using the gym or something like that, they're not charged custodial time. Your policy prohibits that. Again, nothing to do with the 80 fund. Then there's a for-profit group, and that is somebody's using our facility. They're probably charging an entry fee, an admissions fee. They're trying to make a profit, etc. So yes, they're charged a rental fee, and they are charged any associated custodial fees right up front. And that's typically what a lot of school districts do. You know, you're not going to subsidize somebody's personal business or a corporate business or something like that, so by the taxpayer, so you charge. And the 4th category are private activities or nonprofits out of district. Now they may pay a rental fee even if they're a 501c3, but a lot of times if they are a 501c3, over the years I'm told that the practice of the district has been to waive that as well. However, they do pay custodial fees for weekend and overtime activities. The The personnel requirements that you set forth in policy say that the activities in buildings shall be attended and monitored by at least one custodian. You want a custodian in the building in case something happens. And they're responsible for cleanliness and security of the building, but they have no supervisory experience for the organization or activity. Again, that is very common practice. No custodial fee is charged if an activity can be covered during a custodian's normal work schedule. If a custodian must be available or if overtime is required, a custodial fee covering the cost will be imposed. The use of certain facilities and equipment may require additional staff, say like the use of the kitchen facilities, perhaps some auditorium and lighting things involved in that would be examples. And in that case, the user may be charged for the hourly rate of the individuals involved and cost of materials, etc. Some rentals of facilities can get very involved and etc. I've been involved in rentals of facilities like for Hmong New Year's or for overnight celebrations or for very large tournament activities that takes up 4, 5, 6 buildings of gyms all in the same weekend. Some of these things can get pretty involved. I'm not saying that's in this district, other districts I've been in, but some of the discussion about private and nonprofit that was referenced 2 pages earlier, does the board, these are some questions that you have to think about if you're going to contemplate changing things. Does the board want nonprofits who do not contribute to the district exempt from rental fees? For example, the example given to me that I use as an example here is Wisconsin Ice Hockey. They're an outside group. They also happen to be a 501c3, and as a result of their being a 501c3, they're not currently charged a rental fee. Now they are outside, so we could, if that's your pleasure, if we're going to change the policy so it's more clear. The vagueness does give us a problem in this area, to be frank. If it's to change, then we could. They do pay, Wisconsin Ice Volleyball does pay custodial overtime. Concern from coaches has been expressed because they feel it's unfair that they pay the same amount for the tournaments as Wisconsin Ice Volleyball. In other words, they pay the overtime for the custodians, etc. That's the same thing that the local boosters do. But the boosters back athletics in this district and pump money back in, where the Wisconsin Ice Volleyball does not, as an example. So some of the questions to think about, we're not taking action this evening, but something to think about for the future, if it's your pleasure, is does the board want 501c3 organizations that do not contribute to the district to pay rental fees? Well, if you go down that road, fine, but then we have to figure out, well, what constitutes a threshold of proper giving back that's sufficient enough to waive that rental fee? You know, what's the threshold? How do we administer that so it's something that we can clearly show that we're not being arbitrary or capricious? Or do you want all out-of-district users to pay a rental fee, regardless of tax-exempt status? Of course, you could do that. That's your pleasure. This is just an example I threw in of the fees that were collected for the calendar year 2013, which shows some of the booster groups and the fees that they're paying for extra custodial time. Again, this is outside the normal working hours. Nothing to do with the 80 fund. So some considerations. Get a glass of water to dry throat. Ooh, that's good. Okay. Some considerations. If a booster group were to be exempt from paying extra custodial time, which is your prerogative, then there would be no basis for the district, or in other words, the administration trying to enforce policy, to withhold the exemption from other booster groups. In other words, we're just trying to say that if you're going to change this, we got to have some administrative clarity so we can carry out what it is that you want to have carried out and not have angry mobs at our door. If all booster groups were not charged for the extra custodial time, the following is likely. Of course, there'd be some additional subsidizing of the taxpayers to support the activity these individual booster groups care to participate in. And since the facilities would be free, we would anticipate the demand to increase, and of course that would increase our operating costs with no ability to recoup them. and reduce availability of the facility to other people's, and now we've got a priority issue. How do we discern who gets to use them and who doesn't? On what basis do we make that decision? If booster groups as well were exempt from paying the custodial time, then you have to consider what other non-profit groups would expect, probably the same treatment. And then you're going to have a lot of people making public comments at the start of board meetings. And if all nonprofit groups were no longer charged for extra custodial time, then that would obviously transfer some costs, additional costs, to the general fund. And I'll show you what those costs are likely to be. They're frankly not that much. Since the use of facilities by these groups would be free to them, of course, that increases demand as well for that group. In other words, the bottom line, everybody's going to want to use a free thing a whole lot more because they don't have to pay for it. So if you want to change the policy, if you do not, then no further actions needed. If you do, then how do you want to change this puppy? Because I'll tell you, this is like pulling, you play with your grandkids or your children, that game where you pull out the stick until eventually the marble falls through everything. We can pull out a couple of these sticks, but pretty soon that marble's going to fall, and it's going to create a problem. So we really need some lengthy discussion on this if this is your case. Now, I want to change the subject just slightly to explain the 80 fund and how the 80 fund fits into this in any way. And this next sheet, which I don't know if it's in your packet, I turned it in, but I was late in it and it might have gotten overlooked. And my apologies to you if it did. That would be my fault. It's a little hard to read. The total number of hours of use, all of our facilities are used outside the school day for 47,774 hours. As of our last full year report, which is 12-13 school year. That's the first line. The second line, line B, says school activity hours. These would be hours like band or plays or athletics, they're using it. 21,427 hours. When that's subtracted from the total, you get the net, in other words, community use hours, total community use hours of 26,347 hours. Using the minimum custodial hourly cost with benefits of $34.74, the community cost is $915,295. Now, what does that represent? That dollar amount represents the costs of taking every hour that every community group has used our building. Not what people are charged. Again, remember, that's under use of facilities. That's totally separate. But this is saying, all right, we had to have people in the building either for communities or to clean up after communities, to sanitize bathrooms for the next day's school, to open it up, to close it up, etc. Sometimes their costs were greater than the base amount. Sometimes they're less than the base amount. So a decision was made many years ago to average it out and just use the base cost and apply it towards the total. And that's how they came up with the $915,000. Now, how much does this district make charging people the rental fees and the custodial hours? I am told from the reports issued that that equals $26,267. Not much. That represents 2% of the whole cost. So we're not charging people very much. Then we have to add back in $4,000, which is the cost of the software to run this scheduling program, to register everybody for the use of the buildings, etc., leaving a net community ed cost of $893,089. There are some other costs that go into community ed that aren't part of this, but so that's how we determine the money that goes into community education from the custodial standpoint. So this means that the taxpayers are basically subsidizing 98% of the use of our facilities by everybody else. So when people come in to use our facility for whatever reason, the district taxpayers, through the tax levy of the community ed levy, is already picking up 98% of all those costs. If we were to eliminate that levy altogether, that would be and then you have to factor in the other things that go into it, about $902,000, I think, hit to the general fund. We couldn't sustain that. That would totally wipe us out. We couldn't do that on an ongoing basis. So we need to do this mathematics and this discharging to the 80 fund. However, from a business standpoint, if you divide the $915,000 by the total number of community use hours, you come up with, rounded to the nearest dollar, $35 an hour. So if you want to go to the other extreme, I'm just putting it out there, that's your decision. If you want to go to the other extreme and have this be self-funded by the users who are using the facility, if you charged everybody, bar none, no rental fees, no custodial fees, you just charge them $35 an hour to use our facilities according to this math, and these numbers should come out to where there'd be no levy for the 80 fund. That's going the other extreme. So right now you're at 98% funding everybody and only collecting 2% through charging people rental fees and recovering custodial fees, $26,267. Or you can go to the other extreme or anywhere in between, whatever your pleasure. So that's the 80 fund. But again, that does not affect, as I mentioned, this aspect of considering what to do with the use of facilities, because that's strictly different in the sense that it's up to you to decide who you want to charge. So if you want to exempt wrestling, you want to exempt basketball, you want to exempt hockey, whatever. Well, you don't want to exempt hockey because you don't own the rink, but in this district. But that's an example. So I'll shut up and take questions.
Questions or comments for Tom? Jeff?
I had sent a list of questions to Attila asking the breakout of, so we have in the superintendent's report the core hours that we have custodial services. Just averaging it out here, from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. there is somebody within our school. Is that correct, Tom?
Don, here. We'll make sure you get it straight from the horse's mouth.
Monday through Friday.
Don, do you have that document, or do you want me to give it to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Here, let me give it to you.
Which shows
Okay, for, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., depending on school, yes.
I mean, just average it out, or we can call it 6:30, whatever. So how many hours are outside of between 11 p.m. and, let's say, 6:30 a.m. is our facilities utilized, Monday through Friday?
These are weekdays, so primarily it's on weekends.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that between 11 a.m., or I'm sorry, 11 p.m.
Oh, and excuse me, let me clarify too. Summertime, our night custodians work days. So summertime, if you have evening events, then that'd be outside our regular hours.
Okay. During the school year, 11 p.m. to 6:30 a.m., would it be safe to say that there's probably nobody in our schools?
I think you're very safe to say that.
Okay, except the school board.
Other than at SPASH, we have a...
Not yet, but we're getting there.
We have an evening cleaner at SPASH, but yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm having difficulty understanding how we have 26,000 hours on just the weekends, and you said sometimes in the summer. I mean, that's a huge amount. That's over 100 and some odd hours a day if you looked at our school year. I'm not getting the math here of...
Well, we got, 13 buildings that we're renting out.
Okay, but if there's nobody during the school week, that's between 11 and 6:30, and it's all on the weekends, okay, there's 52, let's do the math. There's 52 weekends in a year.
Well, okay, you got to understand, they do get charged for weeknights. I'm going off memory here. I'm just trying to recall it. They do get charged for weeknights if they're in those different categories.
Okay. But
Jeff, what is the question again?
where does this 26,000 come from?
Okay, the 26,000 hours,
Might have 20 organizations.
Tom, just to clarify, the 26,000 hours comes from groups that use the facilities after the school day is over until the event is finished in the evening, on weekdays and on weekends and during the summer in 13 buildings.
But we already have custodial service there.
But you said, we're not talking about cost, you said hours.
The issue, at least in my mind, is, and this is where I'm not grasping it, is we have typically 2 custodians in every building until 11 o'clock at night. We're essentially saying that if it's outside of the normal hours, if our school day ends at 3 whatever o'clock, between 3 and 11, if there's somebody there, we're charging it to the community fund, even though there's already custodial service there. There's already 2 people there.
You got to understand that those 2 people have their assigned duties. They're not sitting around waiting to serve people that are renting our facilities.
Smith, that's not what he said. Yes, in some cases, some of the custodial time for the hours that is using is charged to the 80 fund because, as I mentioned in the presentation, they still have to make sure the facility's open. They still have to answer questions and support the groups that are in there. They have to unstop toilets. They have to clean up vomit. They have to lock up in the evening. They have to re-sanitize the toilets because the group was using it so it's ready for school the next day. There are costs that are associated with this use of the facility, even though the group, by your policy, is not being charged that. So we recoup that through the mechanism of charging it to the 80 fund.
So do we put on extra staff then? If they have
Extra staff would not, per policy, extra staff would not be required unless specific duties are required of them. For example, if you have an event where part of the contractual arrangement is that they have a dedicated custodian, then you would. Or if it's on the weekends or in a time when we don't have a custodian present in the summer or some other time.
They get charged for that anyway.
Exactly. And as I showed you in the map there, we recoup that cost. It happens to be $26,000 in some sense. So we do charge and collect from that.
So again, back to the 26,000 hours, if it's not the normal time for custodial service, we charge them anyway on the weekends, correct?
The 26,000 hours is what's charged to Fund 80. It's not what's charged to the users.
I understand that, but per the policy, the way that Tom had presented it, if it's outside of those normal hours that we'd have custodial service, the group gets charged no matter what.
Yes, that's correct.
So what would be that exception on the weekends? That's what I'm not getting is, again, it's not, in my mind, it's not adding up to the 26,000.
If a group uses a facility out on the weekend,
they get charged for it.
And we require a custodian in support of that, they're charged for it. Yes, and that's in the $26,000 we charge, and that's subtracted when we distribute it to the 80 fund. It's subtracted, so we don't charge it twice.
That's the rental fee, though, not the custodial.
No, that's both, rental fee and custodial costs.
That's a combined fee. We don't differentiate in our software for the reservation system. So that $26,000 is combined, rental fees and custodial time.
Okay. There was a list given at the last meeting of a list of groups that we waived, not only their fees, but also their custodial time. I had requested where the paper trail is on those.
And what happened when we went back to look at those, Jeff, some of those, we couldn't find board minutes. It would go back years to try to locate some of that paper trail. And it's not possible. I mean, I don't even know if somebody could go back and find out how the cultural festival got its inception and why it was waived and all that kind of thing. So there were areas we had no paper trail at all. We wouldn't know where to begin other than to go back literally to every board meeting and have to backtrack that. So it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay, back to Tom's comment that said if we do it for one, we should do it for all.
He didn't make that comment. What he said was, if the board wants to do that, then here's the consequences.
But we've already made that exception for about a dozen groups. So why aren't we making that exception for other groups?
Well, that's
what I quoted was what's in your policy. Your policy, those lists you're talking about are just examples that were provided in the policy. If you want to change them, we can change them. It doesn't matter. But your policy specified that for groups, nonprofit community groups, school-sponsored groups, nonprofit community groups would not be charged a rental fee, but they would be charged custodial overtime, and you did choose by policy to exempt some groups. I'm just, it's your policy. You want to change it. It's just that, when you change it, it's going to create other ripples, and we'd have to figure out what that effect would be. That's all.
I'll go ahead and let somebody else, and then I got a couple more.
Yeah, just a couple things. I mean, if this is a policy that we need to look at because who knows where the history is, in the ozone somewhere or whatever, then I think we should do that. I guess I would just ask quickly, because of the time, when you look at this policy, both of you, and you see the way it's being executed, do you see issues or problems, or do you see a better way, a fairer way, both to the users and the district and that? Or do you have anything jump out at you, I guess, good, bad, or indifferent?
Yes, that's a very good question. Tom has already addressed the major one, which would have been Wisconsin Ice Volleyball, and I don't want to pick on an organization, but they are 501c3 and they fall into the same category as like the Wrestling Booster Club. And the Wrestling Booster Club does give, and other booster clubs do give money back to the district. Wisconsin Ice Volleyball does not. And they're in the same category as far as cost-wise because of the 501c3 status. And so that's, but then again, like Tom said, how do you define that? I mean, how do you define giving back to the district? So if I give you $1, do I get it for free, or do I, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's the tough part.
Right.
Can I answer that question, Chris, in another way? There are inconsistencies.
Right.
And as Jeff pointed out, the paper trail, you can't find it. So why did the board select, or why did the administration at the time recommend to the board? We don't know how it occurred. So if it's an opportunity to review the policy, let's review the policy, review the list, and have the board make conscious choice about who's to be exempt and who is not.
That's what I was going to say. I think it's the board's, responsibility to take a look at it, top and bottom, and just decide what we think is the right thing to do.
Well, where the rubber hits the road is for the clerk that sits at the computer taking the reservations, and they have to enter it into the computer. And then that's when the rubber really meets the road, because what do they enter, what do they charge, what do they not charge? If you're a 501c3 local, you don't charge rental. If you change this policy so that if you're a 403c but you're not local, you do charge a rental, or are we going to not charge any rentals? Or, you get into this, you're going to have to really break it out. We rent out the churches, for example. They rent our facilities for services. So are you going to continue to charge them? And if they're the only people you charge, that could get interesting. So how do you do a public policy that's fair to all people in the public? And I understand people that have an activity and they'd like to have more money to give back to I understand.
Jeff Hebel, you had a...
I did have a question. The 26,000 hours
per year, that is maintenance staff hours, right?
Correct.
Not facility hours. So, I mean, you could have more than one.
No.
No, it is facility
No,
hours?
I'm told, and correct me, Don, if you remember what Nancy said, but if I remember my conversation with her, the 26,000 community use hours is derived from running a report off of the system that says how many hours are school activity hours, how many rooms did they use. It said, we got 13 buildings, but you just don't use one room. Sometimes there's 20 organizations in a building at the same time. So all of those hours are computed and subtracted out from the total hours that the report has to get the community hours. So it's not how much time the custodians use, it's how much time are our buildings used by outside groups.
Okay. So,
And there are always custodians in the facilities when our groups are being used, because your policy designates, correctly so, I might add, that we must have a custodian present.
That makes a difference.
Your policy excludes charging people in some cases, and in some cases not.
Okay, then my second question is that for those 26,000 facility hours,
Okay?
we collect $26,000, is that correct?
Yeah, it turns out that
That's
way,
what
yeah.
we basically bring
Yeah,
in
they just don't,
revenue.
they're not correlated. I mean, they're not a direct relationship, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a result of rental fees and direct custodial costs recovered.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Okay, so when the custodian normally works, they charge it to Fund 10, whatever expense it is. So then, is there an adjustment made, a journal entry made to move it to Fund 80, or does the custodian actually, when they're doing their normal duties, keep that under Fund 10, and then when they go and do something, do that to Fund 80, or are you saying...
Journal entry done once at the end of the year. This is actually an outline that I put in this form because it's easier to read off of from the actual memo. It comes from Don's office to Bill, and it lays out this exact information, and then Bill codes it accordingly in a journal entry.
So then how is it that you know whether the custodian is doing what they are normally doing, whether or not the facility is being used by an outside source or not?
It depends on how it's coded when it's entered into the software.
So it's really, it's a software guess, it's not an actual.
No, I just run a report out of the software based on how they're coded when they're entered in, based on the 4 different categories that Tom told you about.
But I guess, when I hear what you're saying, I can see where it could be interpreted that you're getting dual dollars because it's really part of your normal operating budget, because you would have to pay that if there were no outside uses of the facility, no outside organizations coming in. You would still have to pay those custodial fees to be there till 11 o'clock.
I want to clarify your premise is somewhat correct, but it's wrong when you use the term dual dollars. We're not getting dual anything. We're taking the costs. Let's just take $1. The $1 of cost has been identified, and it's been credited to the 10 fund and charged to the 80 fund. That's not a dual. We moved it from one fund to the other. The expense was recorded in the 80 fund.
And the revenue
Not
for the
in
80
the 10
fund
fund.
comes from?
And the revenue has been subtracted out before that occurred.
No, but where does the revenue for the 80 fund come from?
Tax levy.
Is that a separate levy from
Yes.
the Fund 10?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then, if that's the case, then I'm missing something. Because that then tells me we have money coming from the Fund 10 to cover those normal custodial expenses. And if we move...
No.
Okay.
Because the 80 fund is covering those. What I'm telling you, if you don't follow this process, the general fund has to pick up all of that $900,000, and you can't afford to do that. Because the 90 fund is helping you to pay for the custodial costs.
So what you're telling me is the revenue isn't coming from the 10 revenue.
The revenue is coming from the 80 fund tax levy.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lisa, you had your hand up. Or Kim, I'm sorry.
I'm going to agree with Chris, is let's bring this back, but can we get more thorough lists of the people that use our buildings?
We got to clarify something right now. We can bring you back 3,000 pages of who uses the building. That doesn't matter. What matters is we know by general categories that the types of people that use the building, it's these 4 types. We need to know what it is that you folks want to do.
Can I change this?
Sure.
Can we have a list of these things, of how many groups, like say if there's 51 groups or 20, not the names of the groups, because what you're saying that if we go for every booster club and give them free charge, we're going to have 100 more booster clubs coming out of the woodwork. I understand that. But I want to know how many we have that are using our district right now. If we can.
We probably could. I mean,
I think that information was provided.
Well, we got this little list, and then we got this little list. Is that?
We're talking about $26,000 here.
Okay, but my question is I believe all of our booster clubs should use it for free.
Okay.
Me speaking that, again, it's a board decision.
Right.
Am I opening up the door? I mean, and how many booster clubs do we have at SPASH? That would be another question.
Well, okay, I mean, we can, whether or not that's going to affect the outcome at all, I have no idea. And I'm not being Chicken Little. I don't know if anything's going to happen. I'm just saying that if you don't charge anybody anything, you're losing $26,000. That's not a lot of money in terms of the total budget. It's a lot of money, but in terms of total budget, it's not.
But the more we give, I mean, if I'm going to give everybody $1 that walks in front of me, it's not going to just be 2 people. I'm going to have thousands of people as long as I stand.
You got to find 1 million.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to stand there very long.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, okay?
Yeah.
So, but if we could get some kind of list of how many booster clubs we have, how many actually use it, so we can kind of see if we want to open that door for
we can do that, Kim, and I'm not trying to hinder what you're asking. Point I'm trying to get at is we can give you data after data after data, but if we don't have any direction from this board as to where we're to look for data and what data to bring to you that's meaningful, it's an exercise in just collecting data. So is there some kind of guidance that you guys could give us that would help us collect data in a meaningful way for you so that we're just not collecting
Well,
lists?
since I don't know the systems, I would ask for how many booster clubs, for right now, my thought process, how many booster clubs do we have in our district and how many use it? Okay. My other question, hopefully it'd be a simple one, but probably not. We give the Stevens Point Rec Department, we don't charge them anything, yet we get charged for using their facilities.
Yeah.
They're on the list that we don't charge them, but we get charged for using ice time and football time.
Yeah, you're an elected official, so you can, whatever you want to do.
But I'm asking. I'm asking. Am I correct?
What's the question?
We give it free.
We give that to them free. If they use our facilities, but they charge us.
They charge us for the use of Gerke. They charge us we don't get any revenue from the concession stand. They charge us for the use of the ice hockey arena. If you want us to negotiate with the city, that's a long
Tick
haul.
for tack. I mean, and I've been in this city for the whole time, but
we have been down this, and you don't know this, but we have, with our athletic group, we have been down this path so many times, and
again, I've heard it over and over. I mean, not just from you guys, but because I'm in the district, and I just don't understand, if I'm going to scratch your back, why aren't you scratching mine? And again, I apologize if I'm offending anybody from the Stevens Point Rec Department, but let's help each other out, because it's all for our community. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that that's why they were on our list. So maybe we can work with them.
Jeff Ebel, you had your hand up.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Who does the booking, or does
in his office.
Does she have any suggestions, recommendations? Does she have any problems or issues that she deals with every
Yes.
day? Maybe she could bring those.
Yes, she would like a much more clear and defined policy so she can just say somebody yes, no, and just go. I mean,
For example, the nonprofits and the non-local people. It's a nonprofit, so she doesn't know if she should charge or doesn't charge.
Oh, yeah.
Her policy is vague because it says may, but she can't sit in judgment as to make that decision when to do it, when not to do it. We don't know for sure when to do it, so we don't know your will of when you want to charge them. That's a problem.
Could she make at least from her perspective, recommendations, things that she sees that are not fair or consistent?
We've included some of them, but we can...
Yeah, I mean, she has to track down she needs a copy of their 501c3 tax status form. I mean, just to verify that portion. I mean, it takes a lot of back and forth to get these reservations taken care of.
Would the board like us to return with a set of recommendations for changes to 8:30?
The whole policy should come.
The whole policy, and hopefully she can join us.
Okay,
but
can
we'll put that
we
on
do this so that we don't spin our wheels and then come back and then you're frustrated, is if you could forward your suggestions for changes to 8:30, either directly to me, because we're the repository of the policies, and just copy Tom to it, then we'll take those and incorporate them into something that we'll bring back.
Jeff, before we move on, do you have other questions?
Let's move on.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Don. Thank you, Tom. We're now going to take, we had moved earlier when we approved the policy, or the agenda tonight, we're going to take item 9E5 next, which is organizational meeting date, and it has Renee's name.
Still up. Hey.
I will be out of town for the next
Just hit AV mute.
and if the board has the opportunity to vote on officers after seating the new board within 30 days. So I will be back on the May 12th meeting, but it's up to the board. Sorry, it was very distracting with those noises.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not sure it's very coherent. Yeah.
You'll be back when?
I'll be back for the next meeting, which is May 12th.
May 12th.
Basically, you're just asking us to postpone this for one meeting.
What it would be is you'd postpone, the organizational meeting where you elect the officers and you decide your meeting dates and that kind of stuff. But, it's up to the board. If you want to go ahead and meet.
Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
Can I suggest that the motion needs to read both the movement of the organizational meeting as well as establishing May 12th as the first regular board meeting? Because technically speaking, having had the April 28th organizational meeting scheduled, there were really no board meetings scheduled after that because that's when the board sets the meetings. So it's just a minor technicality, but an important one. So the motion should be to move the organizational meeting from April 28th to May 12th and establishing May 12th as the first regular meeting in May.
So then what would the second meeting in April be?
It would be a regular second meeting in April.
It's a regular board meeting.
I'm not going to make the motion because I don't understand I'm not understanding the difference, so I'm
There's
taking back my
nothing on the
motion.
calendar after April 28th. So we have to say we want May 12th to be the first meeting of the year, because there's nothing there after the 28th. We only do a year at a time.
Go ahead,
Jeff.
Jeff.
So if we did that, my assumption is that the current board that's seated will attend that 28th meeting.
That's
That's
correct.
the difference.
That's correct.
What do you mean?
And that's,
Instead of it ending on the 28th, the current board would have a regular meeting on the 28th, and the new members would be excluded.
and I'm not okay with that.
That's not my understanding.
No, because I would assume we would do the same thing that we did last year where we appointed a temporary,
Can do that.
According to state statute, you have to seat the new board members at that meeting.
yes, they have to be
You
seated.
have to, no, that's not true. The state statute says that you have to seat board members within 30 days of the fourth Monday in April.
No, you have to pick officers by then.
No, you have to have the organizational meeting by then.
Isn't that picking officers?
You can still seat your, and then pick the officers. We did it last year. Not by choice, but we did it.
I'll have to go back and get the legal counsel's email
It says the regular terms of school board members shall be for the 3 years. School board members elected for regular or unexpired terms shall take office if they have taken and filed the official oath on the 4th Monday in April. And then it says that annually on or within 30 days after that 4th Monday, the school board shall elect a president, vice president, clerk, and treasurer. So on the 4th Monday in April, which is 120.42, election of school board members, sub 2, that's what it says. It's 4th Monday in April. That by that date, you have to take.
So they would be seated.
They'd be
We would
seated.
appoint somebody, and then we could go on with a regular meeting.
Who's going to be president?
We appoint somebody like we did last year, Jeff.
Do you remember that last year, Jeff, where we went on and on?
It's very,
6 hours, you forget.
Well, we did.
So you want to have them take the oath on the 28th, be part of the board, and have no officers.
Wait.
Well, you would have an officer.
You could have the current officers. You could have Angel
Jerry.
still here. She's the vice president. She could.
And all we need is one officer to run the meeting until the next meeting.
The statute says that they have to be sworn in or be seated. There's a difference.
Okay.
What does it say?
Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were asking. It says, school board members elected for regular or unexpired terms shall take office if they have taken and filed the official oath on the 4th Monday in April. Elections, That's what it says.
So Angel, you have your hand up.
I just am wondering if anyone, including Alex or Trish, has a known conflict on the 12th where we would run into the same issue then of not having everyone present.
You'd have to call my supervisor.
No. But it's a regular meeting,
it's a
right?
regular
It would
scheduled
be a
meeting.
regular meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so,
What,
I mean, it would
a
be a
second and
normally
fourth.
regular
it
scheduled meeting.
could be unless the
Yes.
board decided to go with committees and
Right.
on the second week of the month and then decided to have one board meeting on the third. I mean, those are all options.
So nobody's planning on being out of town, that's all I'm asking. If someone has something on May
I'm going to have
12th.
to look, really.
I just don't want to run into the same thing, because my personal opinion is, I think this is important enough that the whole board should be present for it. So I'm fine with it. I just don't want to run into the same thing 2 weeks later that someone else is missing.
On here.
Well, the clock starts ticking once on the 28th, so we have 30 days from that, so,
To elect officers.
to elect officers.
Right, but we're also in May, which is, I mean, I guess I would say as vice president at that point, things come up, and I know Terry's done. There's a retirement dinner, the president would normally say something. Do you want me to represent the board and do that? Do we want to elect a board member to do that? Things that are coming up right around that time, do we need to have taken care of? May's just that month, where there's stuff scheduled all the time.
Or we could discuss it at the next meeting.
Yeah, you
We'd
will
have
need
to.
a-
We can't, yeah.
Yeah, you will need a presiding officer.
Correct.
Okay.
And again,
That
same
we
thing.
will need.
Do you know what? I'm just going to withdraw it, and I'm going to leave it to you guys. You can elect who you want. I would to really caution, I've been reading some things in the newspaper or online, and there's an awful lot of chatter from board members, and I've heard board members getting together and things, and I would challenge that there are some walking quorums going on. When I was board president, I was the one that initiated having us fill out forms so that we showed some interest. Many boards have workshops where you go and talk about your interest. I really believe that the board is teetering on violating walking quorums. And I am not one that is meeting with people or talking to people, but I've had people call me and tell me of conversations which are really in violation of the open meeting law and doesn't get this board started on a good new foot. So I would like to do that. There's so much discussion here, it doesn't really matter that much to me. So I'm going to withdraw that, and let's just move on to
Well,
the
there's
next
a
agenda
motion and a
item.
second on the,
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I removed it when
You
they
removed
wanted it changed.
So let's just move on to the next agenda
we
item.
still have
Terry.
the motion, but I didn't remove my second. And that's got to come first. So if you stay with your motion, without just using the same words, we move that meeting and we make a vote on it and let the board decide.
Okay.
I believe, just like Angel said, that everybody should be present. We did it last year. We didn't do it on purpose last year, but we did it last year.
Okay.
Are you, I'm
So
not
my
removing myself.
motion was that we keep the date with the new board for the 28th, appoint a presiding officer, a temporary one, and have the appointment of our officers on that first meeting in May.
Okay. You're fine with it?
Yep, I'm keeping my
Further
second.
discussion? Amy, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Shibley?
Yes.
Ms. Sheriff?
Yes.
Ms. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
All right, and next we're going to do 9D3, which is the first reading of Policy 222, the Superintendent Contract and Annual Evaluation.
Okay, let me find my paperwork here.
Doesn't that go on part and parcel with the memo that was attached to it?
That's
Yep.
what they said.
Yep.
I think you have to have almost the memo, talk about that.
Oh, and 9E4 with it?
Well,
So we're going to start with the memo?
the memo.
That's
of the
94.
Okay.
Well, it's,
No, the memo doesn't have an agenda item.
Oh, that's
on
right,
it.
okay. Okay.
that's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah, no, it's in there. It's part of 93.
That we're going to, no, they're going to get their packet ready.
Oh, come on.
You were just there. 3 and 4, okay. Quit. The point is there. Right there.
All right. Okay. So Angel, we have your memo. Do you wish to comment?
I do. I'm mostly commenting for clarification's sake, and then I'll let you know what my recommendation of the moment is. First, I'm not sure if everybody is aware that whenever something like this comes, someone has to write a memo. I just volunteered. I wanted to learn how to write a memo. So that's why this ended up looking like it was all mine. I will say this is where it came to be, or this was my thought process. When I was initially elected a couple of years ago, within the first 2 meetings, I would say, I was put in a position to vote on and be held accountable for some decisions that, in retrospect, I did not know enough about to have made those decisions intelligently. I don't even know that I would take them back or not, but I feel like some of them had lawsuits attached to them, and there were messes, and I felt like I didn't really know what I was doing. Last year, when the superintendent's evaluation came up, we didn't do it the year I was elected. It was right after the elections again, and it just started to seem unfair that that burden was put on brand-new board members evaluating somebody for the previous year's work. So the idea was, let's get this evaluation in on or before, so the meeting before would be this meeting before that organizational meeting annually. It was an easy recommendation. The problem then was, but what do we do with this year? Because there's no way we can get an evaluation done in 10 days or whatever. We don't even have the instrument ready yet. We've been discussing it with Dale Feinauer. So I went with logic, and I don't do evaluations for a living, but I'm married to someone who does, and so when he does an evaluation for an employee, he does it for the previous year. If he had only been their manager for a few months, he would talk to the other person that had been their manager, and they would come up with something together. That was where my recommendation came from to have Terry and Bob be a part of Attila's evaluation because they had been on the board that we were evaluating. Clearly, that caused a lot of upset, which was absolutely not my intent. It is fine with me that anybody in the world that's elected evaluates them. I did talk to Trish and Alex separately, wondering just how they felt about it. I think the miscommunication came, and Trish and I spoke last night and cleared it up. I'm sorry I'm speaking for you, Trish, but you didn't sign up, and we've had this conversation. She's perfectly comfortable saying at the time of the evaluation, I don't feel like I'm ready to do this, I'm going to abstain. And it seemed like I was, by the way I had the memo worded, I was taking that right from her by sticking other people in her place. It was not my intent. So what I'm going to do is go with my initial recommendation, which is just number 1, which is to move the annual date for the superintendent's evaluation to March 30th for next year. This year, we'll just let it be what it is. The board that is seated will evaluate him. If for some reason Alex or Trish are not comfortable with evaluating him at that time, they can recuse themselves. That's it. So I'm going with number 1 only.
Is that a motion?
That was, yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Discussion? Jeff?
My concern is if we move, and I can appreciate the logic behind it, that we want to move it to March 30th and have the old board, whoever that may be, do that. But here's the thing, that as a district, we've been kind of throwing off our time schedule of what we used to have in the past, and I think you have to look at the past to see how we want it in the future. Typically, districts will evaluate their superintendent in December, January, February at the very latest. Method behind the madness is that if they are going to not renew their superintendent, that they can go out right away and start looking for another superintendent at that point in time, because that's the time that you want to look. In the middle of the summer is not the time, because the superintendents have already made their choices and are starting with their new districts on July 1. So our time frame is kind of skewed, and we're working off of that skewed one. But it doesn't mean that we can't do our evaluation in January instead of March. I mean, we're talking 3 months difference, but it gives us a good sense of where we're going to go as a district, and give us those opportunities if we need to. Not saying that that is applicable to the current superintendent, but as a district as a whole, and we're setting a policy for the future, we need to be mindful of that past. So I will be voting against that, the March 30th date, because I think we need to make those decisions sooner than later.
Bob?
Why don't you just bring this back with the new board and let them all sit down and come up with a date, March, January, December, whatever.
Let me clarify something that Jeff said. Districts do it all over the board. I just sat on the statewide committee to develop an evaluation instrument for superintendents through CISA 1. CISA 1? I can't remember the CISAs. By state statute, what needs to happen is this, and this was the case prior to the board and I changing it to August. You have to issue a preliminary notice of non-renewal a year and a half before the contract ends. So if you're not going to renew that contract, then you have to issue that preliminary review by end of January, a year and a half before that contract expires, which would essentially leave you with an 18-month period of time in which the superintendent would be there, knowing that he wouldn't be the superintendent after June 30th of the next year. We changed it to August to lessen that period of time, which is when the timeline that most districts go looking for a superintendent, which is they begin in the fall with a search firm. Search firm does that. It gets posted sometime between, depending on the district, sometime between September and December, and then they begin collecting candidates, and some districts even finish it before winter break. And then you have to issue a final notice of non-renewal the January of the year that the contract ends. So you can't wait until that January prior to June 30th. You have to actually do it 18 months before.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Sure. Okay, if you're saying that statute requires you to do it by the end of January for the preliminary notice, okay, that's statute. So changing it to August doesn't change that statute. It doesn't minimize that time. What am I missing? If the statute says you have to give a year-and-a-half notice, even if you move it to August, you still have to give that notice. So what am I missing?
Well, let's take my contract because that was the change. Okay, so my contract was a 2-year contract, July 1 of 2013 through June 30th of 2015. Okay.
Okay.
So the board granted a 1-year extension of that contract this past. I'm sorry, the contract was 2012 through 2014, not 13 to 15, 2012 through 2014, and the board granted a 1-year extension of that contract this past summer. Okay?
Yep.
And then my contract, the board, and that, the date that the board set to make a determination about whether or not to extend it another year is August 31st. If the board does nothing in August 31st, it automatically renews for a year, for 1 year. So there is a contract extension, which is 1 year, but a renewal is for 2 years. So if you are going to renew somebody's contract, not renew somebody's contract, you have to do that you have to make the conscious choice not to do it 18 months before.
And an extension, how much notice do you have to have?
I don't think that there's a I don't think there's a statutory limit to that, Lisa, but the reason that we moved it to August was in order for the board to have in order for the board not to have an 18-month time period knowing that somebody wasn't coming back.
Okay. I agree with you, Bob. Let the new board decide.
I have 2 questions and I guess kind of 3 questions. 2 of them were for Angel. How did you get this on the agenda so fast? I mean, because this is a question from community members. I mean, there's a list of things here that we have to go through the process of getting something on for 60 days it takes us. But you got it on there within a matter of days.
I thought it was timely important because if it were going to be decided, I guess my idea, I don't know if people understood my actual idea, it wasn't that Terry and Bob ever come back, it's that they would fill out an evaluation before they left. And then when we evaluate him in June, their thoughts would be considered. Not that they'd come back and evaluate him.
More for a time-sensitive manner.
Right.
Okay.
They're gone next.
The president and vice president are the ones that set the agenda, and so they can put items on the agenda.
And thank you, but I asked Angel, and that's what I told the community member, but I told her I would ask you, okay? My other question is you just said someone asked you to write this memo. Who asked you to write the memo?
We were in the meeting. I brought up the issue. Attila said, you want me to write a memo? And I said, no, I think I need to figure out how to write a memo. I'll write it.
Okay. So you were in a meeting with Attila?
It was the agenda-setting meeting.
Okay. My other thing is I thought, and I'm hoping we will go back to, instead of a yearly evaluation, that we do something more quarterly. The yearly thing is you get things lost. I mean, my boss, we almost meet weekly, because if I have a problem or vice versa, I don't think we could wait for a year, which would eliminate this problem, because then he would have the evaluation on a regular basis. We would know where he's going, and we know where we're going at the same thing. So I would like to see more something of a quarterly than yearly anyway, so. But I believe, Bob, let's let the new board do it.
Renee?
Yeah, I would concur too, but I do want to point out, I do recognize what Dr. Wenninger is saying about setting the agenda, but on 171.2, the agenda prep and dissemination, it clearly does state in there if you want something on the agenda, that it has to be put on the agenda, and then it follows a process. And also policy number 161, board and board member powers and duties. The only power that any of us have, any board member, whether you're the president, vice president, whoever, is when you sit at this table, and we all have the same amount of power. So I think by bringing something like this, kind of usurping the board's ability to discuss it, I kind of take issue with that. And the other thing with a walking quorum is, meeting with people and things. And I'd just like to point out, Angel, I understand what you did, but when you're speaking with people, like you spoke with two people that haven't been seated on the board yet, and it was an issue that was going to be brought to the board, and then you posted that on something that everyone can see, you're really violating, I believe, a walking quorum. And the state attorney general discourages members of a governmental body from communicating with each other in a fashion like this about issues under which the body has authority. So I would really like us as a board to be careful. If you're going to bring something to the board, it should not be discussed in public media, and you should not be talking to people about it and bringing that information to the board. It was shared with the public before it was even shared at the board table. So I really take issue with that because that's not appropriate.
Sure.
If that's the case, I'm very sorry. I think this, at least being on the board for me, is a learning curve. I did not view it that way. I also never viewed it as usurping anybody's authority. It seemed logical and timely is all. The explanation I gave was my genuine thought process. If I stepped on government accountability toes, that sort of thing, I absolutely didn't mean to. And in terms of my response in the media, it just didn't seem that anybody understood why I wrote what I wrote. So I was just trying to clarify, although I saw how that turns into a nightmare, so we won't be doing that anymore. But I guess the main thing I'd want to say to people is, I'm still just figuring this out. I mean, there were a million errors in this, and most of them were mine. I'm going to sit on camera and say, okay, I'm owning them. I hope I never do any of these things again, but it's just part of the process. So sorry.
Chris?
We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
So
We
I'd
did?
like to call the question.
We did have a motion
Please.
and a second on number one. So you've called the question. Was there a second?
It was Angel's, she made the motion and I seconded it.
Oh, okay.
For number one, June
All right.
30th. Or
All right.
May 30th, I'm sorry. March 30th.
And you know what? If it's okay with you, Chris, I'll just withdraw it. We'll discuss it with the new board. That's fine with me.
You know, Angel, that's fine with me. I'll be happy to. I won't apologize, but, I think we can all work together really, really well. We have great people on this board, and I think we all have made mistakes, and I think there have been walking quorums all over the place, and I've heard people talk to other people. So I hope we will learn from this. Just if we have a question or a concern, bring it to that person, because I know we spent a lot of time on doing this, and I think we could have done it easier. I think if someone had spoken to you or emailed you and said, this is not okay, you could have pulled it off the agenda. But anyway, okay. So it's
All
going
right,
to
so
the-
we're withdrawing our
Yeah.
motion and second?
Yeah.
All right, which also takes the first reading on 222 off the table because it had that change incorporated. So we are now moving on to educational services. The 2014-15 elementary staffing request, but before we do, we have Stuart, who spoke earlier, wishes to speak.
Susan Morrison.
Okay, he had to leave, but you're going to speak, Susan?
Yes, I'll take 5. I thought we moved 9E4 to 9A10.
3 and 4 we did.
Nope, just 4 to 9A10.
For the item
Well, we did 4 and 5. And 222.
And this
But we
is
didn't-
9E4.
But we didn't talk about the,
We didn't do it. Or is that supposed to be, were they together?
Thought they were.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, 9E4, I have in my packet, agenda item 9E4 being 2013-14 Superintendent Performance Evaluation Process Instrument from you and Angel.
Susan, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to be seated. I am off agenda here. So,
Could we? May I be excused?
yes, please.
No.
Is there any way we can have Susan speak? She's been here since whatever, and I don't want to mess up the agenda or anything, but could we have her give her before?
but we approved it. Can we change it that we approved it?
I think we can, but I don't know how.
Well,
I mean,
she's probably going to want to be here for the discussion anyway, so
Thank you. Sorry,
Let's-
Susan.
let's do,
I mean, I could care less, but
but you brought it up. So let's go to 9E4 and let's figure it out. Or we'll be here till Wednesday.
You won't.
I'll be with you until then.
Well, Amy, you know, did we move it or didn't we?
I thought we had the
You
two
moved
together.
4,
I
but you
don't know.
didn't move 3.
That's what I thought.
But we have not yet discussed 4.
Correct.
All right.
You moved 4 and 5. You discussed 5, haven't discussed 4.
Correct.
All right, so item 9E4, and my apologies. It's pretty straightforward. We do have to do an evaluation of the superintendent. We are working, the board has been working in its workshops with Dale Feinauer to create that new instrument for, my date's correct, I hope, 2014-15, but we still have to do something this year. What we have recommended, the board did put a policy in place last year, or put a procedure in place, and we only have last year's instrument unless you wish to create a new one.
Well, if the board's going to be consistent with its previous non-action, then this ought to go to the new board to decide.
And that was going to be my recommendation. So, do you wish to have the new board take this up?
So moved.
I do. All right,
I'll second it.
discussion, anyone? Amy, roll call vote, we move the process instrument to the new board?
Ms. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Kimball?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Paxson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
yes.
8, 0, motion.
All right, thank you. And Susan, you're back up again with, and I'll apologize one more time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
A shorter statement this time. Susan Morrison, 473 West Carner Street, Stevens Point, and thank you again for listening. I spoke earlier of the application of arts education in terms of its importance in the economy of today. However, there is another equally important aspect. I attended a board meeting a few years ago when some cuts were being made. A student spoke and said very clearly about how important his music classes were, and he wasn't sure what would have happened to him and where he would be at that moment if he didn't have those classes. In each of the arts, students who may be struggling in other ways for other reasons find a voice. Sometimes it's a language barrier that can be overcome through the arts. Sometimes it's an emotional barrier that can be overcome through the arts. Sometimes the arts give a student a sense of self-esteem, self-worth, self-value, without which they couldn't learn any topic because they wouldn't believe in themselves. I've been teaching at the university level and the community college level for 28 years. I teach foundations. I teach the beginners. I teach the kids who come in and say, I've never done art, but I just want to do it. I tell them I don't use the word talent in my class. What I talk about is learning skills and practicing those skills, and how important it is to practice these things that you believe in. And I tell them that Van Gogh was a terrible draftsperson. He really wasn't very good, but he worked really hard at it. And a lot of people that were much better, much more adept, have long since been forgotten. But Van Gogh is remembered because he worked hard and because he had something to say. And I tell these kids, they each have something to say. And that's what, in the end, drives their art. John F. Kennedy said, "The life of the arts, far from being an interruption, a distraction in the life of the nation, is very close to the center of a nation's purpose and is a test of the quality of a nation's civilization. The arts are the measure of a society. Let their high value also be the measure of our education in Stevens Point." Thank you. I want to say I'm sorry I can't stay for the discussion. I'm up at 5:30 on Tuesdays because I'm teaching early at the university, and I need to prepare for my classes. So, but I sincerely hope that you fund the art teaching education increase, and I can only ask that we get as much of that back that we've lost. And I think the work in here is a testament to how wonderful and how important and how great the art teachers in Stevens Point are. Thank you.
Susan, thank you for your comments, and thank you for staying as long as you did. We appreciate it.
And you are a wonderful artist.
All right. Bill, I think you're up.
The staffing request that we're bringing you tonight is a result of the schedule change that we've made during the current school year. At the March 31st board meeting, I went through 3 different options, 3 different scenarios of possible daily schedules we could look at for next year for the elementary schedule. And the consensus of the cabinet, the principal group, and the MAPES teachers is that we need to stay with the same 6-day rotation next year that we're using this year. But we believe that there's 3 ways that we can greatly better that rotation schedule, and those are laid out pretty succinctly, I think, in the summary on the elementary staffing request in the memo you have before you. We need to add 0.24 FTE of art teaching time, which will give us an additional art teaching time of a day and a half, which will prevent or keep 1 art teacher from having to cover 3 elementary buildings. The second item is adding some additional educational assistant time to help provide supervision and instructional assistance to music and PE teachers when they have sorry about that. When they have classes that need to be collapsed in classrooms where we have 3 sections going to 2 or 4 sections going to 3, we'd like to provide the educational assistant time to help out in those classes. That would be on top of the EA time that we have with our teachers this year. We would plan on continuing that next year in addition to those 12 hours. And then we have our PE teachers trying to cover too much right now. They're covering all of their regular education and all of their adaptive physical education classes. So their recommendation or their suggestion is that by adding a 0.5 FTE of physical education teacher time, we'd be able to cover some of that adaptive time, freeing up those teachers' tight schedules in the elementary schools, those physical education teachers. So again, the motion is to approve the additional FTE of art time, of PE time, and then some educational assistant time to help our 6-day rotation become even more effective and efficient than it is this year.
Chris?
I would like to move to approve the recommendation.
Second.
Do you need me to read it, or? Yeah.
And I'll second it.
Discussion? Amy, roll call vote, please.
The only discussion, just quickly, is see if we can bring more art and music back. I know you get creative, use your artist in you, use your Van Gogh in you, and get it back.
I'll keep both my ears, hopefully, but we've really looked hard at that, and I really think when the Consolidated Task Force can come back to us with a longer day and hopefully reducing the number of grade levels we're trying to cover at the elementary school, then I think we can do something really impactful and significant.
And then maybe we could add foreign language too? Just throwing it out there.
Let's just get art and music, let's just get art and music back first, and then we'll
No,
roll.
I agree.
Okay,
Yep.
super.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Maxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, next is item B2, school climate staff and parent survey information.
Okay, we inundated you with information, and we're going to try to make that information as succinct as we can. I'll be covering the staff climate survey results, and Keel will be covering the parent survey results. The PowerPoint presentations that we're presenting to you tonight are a summary of those results. So we've taken the results for all the buildings, combined them, and tried to come up with some summary statements of what we believe the data is telling us. Now, we do have individual building data, which is very detailed for each building. It's not our plan to cover that building by building tonight. We think it's much better use of time for building principals and their staffs to be doing that, and they are doing that. They're looking closely at their building's data. They're looking at what the data is telling them, what are some areas that they can celebrate, and what are some areas that they need to work on. So building principals and their staffs are working on that. Again, this PowerPoint is a combining of the staff climate survey results. And I'm not working, Q. Let me try. If I turned it on, it would help. Okay. Just some background information. It was completed at the end of January, first part of February. Every staff member had an opportunity to participate. That includes the entire staff. We did have about a 74% completion rate, which according to School Perceptions is a very good rate. So this is just basically showing us the percentage of people who are in the survey data, and I think it just basically shows us that each building was pretty well represented. If you think of the size of the buildings, the percentages of people who were participating, or at least a part of this overall combining of the survey, makes sense according to the size of the buildings. Just an idea of who took the survey. That gives us a pretty clear picture that a pretty good chunk of it is classroom teachers, the teaching staff basically, followed by educational assistants, support staff, and other staff. All were able to participate in the survey. Something that gives us some information on how people want to receive professional development. It's pretty clear that the top two for our staff are collaborating with colleagues and also attending workshops or conferences. The next slide just shows you kind of in descending order their least liked or least preferred method for professional development. As you look at these percentages of how staff answered these questions, the average is just from the one. They could go from a 1 to 5 scale. The number just gives you what that average is. I think maybe more meaningful or more easily to understand is the percentage on the right is the people who strongly agreed or agreed with the statement. And as we reviewed this, we thought what this data was telling us is that we believe we have a really high percentage of employees who are engaged in their work and proud of their building, proud of their school. When we asked them, how do you like to receive information, clearly the top two were email, whether it be email from administrators or email from anybody else, probably mirroring our society these days of how we like information pushed out at us. We like to get it quick and fast and succinctly. As you look again at the number of people who strongly agreed or agreed with these statements, there's two slides in this one. And the first slide, I think, pretty clearly demonstrates that or shows that a majority of our employees feel safe and satisfied at work. And I think those percentages pretty clearly show that. And then these percentages where you're seeing less people strongly agreeing or agreeing with these statements show that there is a strong feeling that the amount of work is unreasonable and that more resources are needed. As you look at the percentage of people who agreed with these statements, we feel that it really indicates that staff are indicating that they feel building communication within their building is very good, However, if you look at these percentages, we could do a better job of communicating both our school and district goals to our staff. It's not terrible, but we'd like to probably have a little higher percentage of staff knowing, what are our school's goals, what does our improvement plan say at the school level and the district level. Again, if you look at the statements and the percentage of people who are agreeing with them, we think it really is showing us that overall the building cultures are very, very strong. These statements, with less people agreeing to them, is saying to us that there's a significant percentage of staff that indicate that they feel that they're not having opportunities to participate in decision making. So we need to continue to look for ways to involve people in decisions that affect them. This is just basically asking staff, what do you think about the expectations at our school? What are our expectations for students? Are they too low, just right, or too high? And about 80% of our people are feeling that, 80% of our staff are feeling that those expectations that we have are just right. Again, you look at the statements and the percentage of people agreeing with them. What we feel what this is telling us is that staff believe that their ideas and suggestions are being recognized. However, there's a significant number of staff who indicate that they need more professional development and they would like more meaningful feedback on their job performance. This is a section on building leadership, how people are feeling about their principal or their supervisor. And we think these percentages of people agreeing with these statements strongly indicate that staff are very satisfied with building leadership. Second slide with just a different set of statements. Give you a minute to look at those. For planning priorities, staff are saying that the top three, I guess, because they're all pretty close, they want to make sure that we're providing support services to students who have difficulty learning. They want to maintain guidelines for class sizes, and they want us to recruit and retain high-quality staff. Those are clearly the top three priorities for our staff. Again, the rest of them there are just showing them in descending order as you get down to pretty small percentages. So, what does this summary tell us? We believe that as far as areas to address, there's a strong feeling that the amount of work is unreasonable and more resources are needed. That improvement is needed in communicating school and district goals to our staff. There's a significant percentage of staff that indicate they did not have opportunities to participate in decision making, at least not as much as they'd like to be. And then there's a significant number of staff who indicate that they need more professional development and meaningful feedback on their job performance. Celebration. What can we celebrate? There's a really high percentage of our employees who are engaged in their work and proud of their building and proud of their school. The majority of our employees feel safe and they're satisfied at work. Staff are indicating that building communication is very, very good. Overall, our building cultures are strong. Staff believe that their ideas and suggestions are recognized, and staff are very satisfied with building leadership. Again, that takes care of kind of our summary of results. Again, building principals and their staffs are certainly taking a close look at their building level results and doing the same thing that we kind of finished up with. What are the areas that we're doing really well in? What can we celebrate? And then also, what are the areas that we need to address? And let's develop some specific plans for addressing those. And now Q will follow up with our parent survey results.
Thanks, Bill.
Were there any questions or anything for Bill just at the, perhaps before we shift gears?
Just a quick, where did I go? Oh, and I can't remember which one this was on, but it doesn't really matter. It was more of a building question. Your school, Washington, the leaks from the roof.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We got a leak ceiling there.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, but obviously they're looking into that.
They're working on it. Yep.
And
yep. Don and the staff are all over it.
the other one was, I figured they were, but I'm just mentioning it. One of the schools, and I don't remember if it was Washington, which one it was, I have it in the notes here somewhere, they couldn't get hot water they had to wait for 15 minutes to get hot water.
Okay. I don't remember that.
Okay,
but
so,
I'll
yeah,
look that up.
yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
I mean, I have a lot of things, but I think we all do, and it's like 10:30 in that, so I can send an email, just throwing stuff out there.
All right, so following the same format, so we'll try to go through this quickly for you. The parent survey was conducted in February. 982 parent responses were received. That was 22% of our population, so not quite as high a response rate as with the staff, as you might imagine. When you look at the percentages of where people were stating their children attend, as you see, it reflects the size of the schools involved. The grade level of your student, this was nice in that oftentimes we think that maybe the parents with younger students are more involved, but you see a good percentage across the entire district at different grade levels. And here, how long people have been in the district, and a good portion of the people who did respond have been in the district for 3 years or more, have children who have been attending schools for 3 years or more. Just asking particular questions. If you're a parent of a English language learner, this was a small percentage of the overall respondents and a small percentage of our overall population. And if you're the parent of a student receiving special education services, with ELL it was about 9% of the population has received those services, and with special education it's about 12% of the population, so just additional information. How often have you volunteered at school? And you see that we have a small percentage that have volunteered more than 10 times or 5 to 10 times, a good percentage that have volunteered 1 to 5 times, and so we see that as being pretty good positive response. We'd of course like to see some people get into the schools more if they have that opportunity. We certainly understand if it's difficult for them to be able to be available. Here, your preferred method for receiving school district information. Of course, this is interesting for all of you, I'm sure. Email notifications clearly far ahead of the other types of notifications, but parent-teacher conferences seem very valuable, as well as newsletters, conversations with teachers, and as you see as it goes down. We won't say what the last one was there. But
I read that. It's too hard to follow along.
So, and then this is people were asked to name just the top 5 of their highest funding priorities. So these are the percentages of those respondents. As you can see, the top responses receiving the 53% for recruit and retain high-quality staff, new innovative programs to improve student learning, high-quality programs for student services for students with learning difficulties. So you see, then maintaining class size. So you can see some clear responses there from the feedback. And then these are the continuation. As you can see, the percentages smaller. So in this, we're talking about school climate. Again, you see the, as Bill said, the percentage strongly agree and disagree probably gives you the best indications. You see some very strong responses, powerful, positive responses. High percentage of our parents believe that our schools provide a safe and positive environment. They do indicate that we could probably do a better job of providing support for students dealing with some social issues, and see some of those responses as we go. These are all very positive. Rules for standards of conduct are clearly defined and enforced, and that those unsatisfied with our schools' efforts to prevent bullying, still very, very high, very strong. But there you see that perhaps a little lower when dealing with some social stresses that students encounter. And this is in terms of a high percentage of the student parents are satisfied with building leadership, and again you see very high, 95%. Positive response rate for the principal presents a positive image for our school and community as an effective leader, follows through on commitments, effective communicator. It's very good. And in relationship to technology, here you see that we do use technology effectively, but there is some need here, I think, or some feeling that we maybe want to personalize instruction for students' needs. So see, that was a lower positive response rating for that particular item. And again here, most people would recommend their students' school to a friend, and most people are 92% very strong agreement that they're satisfied with their school. This one that is very in line with what the teachers responded, the staff responded. There was 79% response saying that academic expectations were just right, and here 72% from the parents, so there's good correlation there. Overall amount of homework, again, people feel pretty strongly that it's just about right. Some think we could use a little more. On the average night, how much time does your oldest student spend doing homework? And then you see that the highest response there, 1 hour or less, so perhaps parents are wishing their students would have more homework, I'm not sure. So areas to address. Some parents indicate we could do a better job of providing support for students with dealing with social issues during their school time. Some parents indicate that we should do more to individualize instruction for our students in the classroom. And certainly our areas to celebrate. A high percentage of our parents believe that our schools provide a safe and positive environment. The high percentage of parents are satisfied with the building leadership. They indicate we use technology effectively and that we support struggling learners, and also that a very good portion of a very high percentage are satisfied with our schools. So that ends the parent portion. So, any questions that you have?
Chris?
Keel, I know the administration has been asked, and I know a couple board members, at least I was, an email by a parent talking about a process for volunteerism, to really get people, get a process that they can really get involved in volunteering. Do we have a volunteer coordinator?
No, not
We don't.
not a district coordinator.
district
In
or
individual
elementary or
schools, no, I think you're looking at perhaps within your PTO, and if you have a group that organizes that, but it's not going to be something that's structured or...
Okay, I just wondered, because I noticed a number of schools, they talked about it would be nice to have more parents coming in and volunteering, and I think maybe if that was really put out there in a way that they knew parents, that they wanted them to be in the schools, it'd be a great thing to have. Thank you.
Any other questions for Keel?
This is more just a kind of response from Chris. At least when I was PTO president back in Kennedy, we had a sheet that went out to all of our parents. Can you volunteer? Granted, that was 20 years ago, so there's a lot of more moms that were home then. But
yeah. There were
so that was our venue for doing it. In the PTOs, we did have somebody that Let me restate this. Each classroom did, but this is elementary.
Right. That's
when my
what
kids
really
got to Ben Franklin, there was a I don't want to say a family night, but a parent meeting. It was kind of a regular thing. And again, I don't know if they have that. It would be awesome because I know parents want to volunteer. They just don't have the time, and they just don't feel that they can have the venue to find it. So,
Jeff?
Will this summary be on our website for people to access?
It's easy enough for us to do.
that'd be great.
Sure. Happy to do that.
Other questions or comments for either Keel or Bill?
Thanks for all the work. A lot of data.
Thank you, folks. Item B3, DPI Spotlight School Grant, and I believe Dave Lockett is here.
I think
There
he
he
might be
is.
sleeping in the hallway.
He was catching it.
Catching Z's. You need to move around, the move around thing.
The Spotlight School Grant. As a 3-year recipient of the Wisconsin Promise recognition for excellence in mathematics and language arts, and in the category Beating the Odds, we are eligible to write a grant for up to $50,000. It has two pieces to it. One is the Spotlight Schools part is where we invite 3 other Wisconsin schools, a group of individuals, teachers, whatnot from that school to come and visit us. similar to what you saw in the video earlier, right? Highlighting things that we're doing in our school. They come and visit. We pay for the travel. We pay for the substitutes. We pay for an overnight stay if needs be. They come and spend a day in our classrooms, work with our teachers. We provide chances for them to talk to us and whatnot and share in our success. And then the dollars that we don't spend we keep in the second section, which is improvement of our own school. So in summary, that's the grant. And so I approached the faculty. They were interested in doing this, and I've written a fair number of grants. This one was especially rewarding in that all of the questions were written by the teachers in the school. They all got together. Each group of teachers took a question, and there's literally not a person in the school whose voice is not embedded in this grant. And I just facilitated and brought it all together. And what we're asking for this evening is approval to submit the grant. There were some required signatures from the superintendent and the board clerk, and it is due on Friday.
Chris?
Yeah, I would move to approve the submission of the Jefferson Spotlight School Grant Proposal to the DPI for $50,000, and I can't think of a greater school to apply.
Second? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. Discussion?
Put that in the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you that how you presented this and how you laid it out and gave us the numbers, at least, for the first format, it is awesome. Giving us where the money's going to actually go within dollars or whatever like that. So I really appreciate that, putting everything together so I didn't have so many questions to ask you.
Amy, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sheriff?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
On behalf of my school, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Moving on to item C, teacher pay variance. Andrea Marty and Jenny Brandt, are you still here to speak? Jenny is? We lost one,
Lost
sorry.
Andrea, huh? Boy, I wanted to say hi to her.
My name is Jenny Brandt. I live at 460 West Maple Ridge Drive, and I am a cognitive disabilities teacher at SPASH. Andrea is also a cognitive disabilities teacher at SPASH, and she wanted to speak with me tonight, but she's 9 months pregnant, so she went home to rest. So I will be speaking on both of our behalfs. We wanted to speak tonight because Andrea and I are letters J and I in the CD section of your packets, attachment A1, on this one. We would like to first thank the district for taking the time to address this issue. We would also like to thank the district for acknowledging that the current situation is inequitable and needs remedy. We partially agree with the recommendation provided by the subcommittee. Our only questions are, while we are extremely grateful that we will be compensated retroactively, why does it only cover the 2013-2014 school year and not the 2012-2013 school year? Was our time less valuable in the year in which the discrepancy was presented to the district? Thank you.
Lisa?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve salary adjustments for individuals as provided above and in the attachments retroactive to the beginning of 2012-13.
Is there a
Second.
There's a second. Jenna, do you want to come up? If there are any.
Jen's purpose here tonight is just to explain what this subgroup did, and I don't know that she's going to be able to answer the question about 12-13, which is a broader discussion.
Okay.
So the board has asked the teacher work group to develop a proposal for the teacher pay plan, and part of that group was also tasked with looking at the pay inequities. So a subgroup was formed, and we specifically looked at the new hires and looked at the different components identified in the memo in regards to the hard to fill, the master's degree attainment, as well as the national board certification. And so that's how the individuals were identified, looking at each of those three components separately.
Any questions for Jenna? Attila, do you want to address the 1213 issue?
Well, if a couple of things. One is that the board has no data about 1213, and just let me play out some scenarios here. If you go back to 1213, then you have to go back to 1112. I mean, if you're going to encompass everything post Act 10. Secondly, that the reason that I would caution the board about making that decision now versus making it later, which it has the option to do, is that you don't know the cost for either of those 2 years, and secondly, you don't know the cost once negotiations are settled with the teachers, which are going to compound. So I would just caution the board about doing that, addressing what the teacher pay plan work group recommended, and then giving itself and the new board the option of coming back and doing 1112 and 1213. There's nothing to preclude that. It's just that you don't have data in front of you to make that decision.
Do we know when the first person was hired underneath the new matrix? Or when this first...
Well, I don't think the matrix was in place for 1112.
Correct.
So there were people hired that were considered hard to fill, Kim, in 1112 that weren't part of the matrix. So the matrix was actually developed to provide some consistency in what we had been doing. It was sort of like, without anything to go on, we knew that we needed to attract high-quality people to the district, and so the matrix wasn't in effect for 1112, but there were some people that were hired.
So out of these 24, which, if I remember correctly, we always said it was just a few teachers, and I believe it was 24 teachers now, so just a few and 24, that's a little bit, which increases the cost, but it's a little bit more. Do we know when the first person that this discrepancy happened was hired? Is it 1112?
Yeah, I would say that there were, if my memory serves me correctly, we hired some people in 1112 in which there were some discrepancies.
But
Go ahead.
I don't understand this first question, the first statement where it says the district abandoned the former teacher salary matrix schedule at the end of 1112, which to me says that you were using or utilizing the old scale, the old matrix through that time period, which would mean that the new variances in compensation would have taken place in the 12-13 year.
Except that, while I believe that in 1112 we were still using the matrix or the salary indexing schedule from the previous CBA, there were positions that were hard to fill that people weren't coming for given the salary. So again, I'm saying that if my memory serves me correctly, I could be wrong, but I believe that there were some people hired outside of that matrix.
Angel, you had your hand up.
Yep.
I think, and I'm sorry, I think it would be easy to find out, Lisa, because we could just go back and find out.
Oh, I know it's
just
easy
by
to
looking
find.
back at the board
Absolutely.
minutes.
We have a very good database. Absolutely.
Angel.
I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of going back to the 12-13 year regardless of not having all the information primarily at the moment because of the survey we just went through where the community and the parents clearly said that their number one priority is to retain and hire quality staff, and I think this will go a long way to showing staff that's coming in and staff that we're trying to retain right now that we will stand by making sure that you are paid equitably.
Bob.
I would fully support the motion to approve the salary adjustments for the year 2013-14 because I believe we have sustainability to do that. But to go back further until you cost the stuff out, you might be shooting your hole in your foot because you don't know what you're actually holding on to give away. So I would say, I think Attila mentioned that we could approve the 2013-14 And then, at a later date, once they gather the information, the board would have the opportunity to look at 11 and 12. But again, sustainability is a key thing, and what they're saying is we can do it for 2013-14, but right now there's too many gray areas and question marks for 2011 and 12. So I would not support the 11 and 12.
12-13, you mean?
Or 12-13. 12-13.
Other discussion? All right.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
How long will it take to get costs for 12-13?
And
can we get that information?
I would say that we can probably pull it together within a day or two.
So we could have it for the next board meeting?
Are you going to include 10-11 in that also?
Well, 11-12.
Or 11-12, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
well, we can find out if there were any in 11-12.
Is the recommendation 13-14?
Yes.
But the
That's not the
motion is...
motion, that's the recommended.
Right,
You're
right.
You
Yeah,
are correct.
I heard what you
Yep.
said. I was just
Yep.
asking what the
You are
Yeah, I said what the recommendation was.
Right.
Recommendation
No.
is 13-14.
Yep.
I would move to amend that motion for just 13-14 for the recommendation here, until we find, and then vote separately when we get the numbers for...
But there is a motion on the floor, right?
That's what I
That's been
said.
seconded?
I would vote, I'm moving to amend the motion.
And I'm going to second that, and then come back for 11-12 when we have the numbers.
Kim?
Basically, I'm just going to kind of piggyback what Angel said, is that on both of them, we want to be able to retain and, keep our teachers, keep our good teachers, and this is going to show, we have no morale plan that is ever coming around, and I think this will show our teachers that we want them to stay with us. So I will not support the amendment. I know it's for the open checkbook, that's not the thing. It's, I want our teachers to stay here. So.
Okay.
Oh, just one other comment is that, I think that to be fiscally responsible, and I know that there have been several cases where you've said I cannot approve anything that I don't know what it's going to cost, and I have to agree with you on that. And not that I'm at all against it, but in order, I think that we should know what the costs are before we agree to anything. So, and it would be 2 weeks.
Well, and I would just imagine that if the figure that we're given is for the 1 year, if we're adding another year, it would not be any more than that amount. So.
It could be less, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's not going to be more than, so that's where I can see it.
2 years though, right?
I added
11,
1
12,
year.
12, 13.
I added 1
Oh,
year.
you just went 12, 13?
I just added 1 year.
Yep.
Yes. So when you go by the figures they've given you, you know that it won't be more than that. So anyways,
Just to clarify, your motion was for 12-13 and 13-14.
correct.
And we
Thank
have a
you.
motion and a second to amend that
To 13-14.
to just 2013-14. So we'll vote on the amendment first.
Yep.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Cotton?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
No.
The guy's on the table, 4-4.
So the motion to amend fails. Then we have the motion to include 2012-13 with the recommendation. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thanks, Jim. Moving on to item D, the safety and security team recommendations. And I think we might have our friends back.
Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hi. This is third shift.
What do we have? 9.
Well, thanks for having us back again. You have a copy of our memo in your packet there, correct, everyone? So this is a follow-up to our presentation from the 31st of last month. And we're recommending a motion to approve the safety and security improvements as outlined in the chart that you have there in that handout. We're here to, I guess, discuss that any further and take any questions you might still have on that topic.
Steve, refresh my memory. So the cost is, in round numbers, $403,000 over what period of time?
A period of time of up to 9 months or 12 months, depending on which one you're looking at in there. Different projects will take different time.
Okay. And until we have the money to do that?
Well, given some of the things that we're facing, I think our recommendation, administration's recommendation, would be to take this from the fund balance, because I don't know that we could fit it into the budget for next year, given the development of the budget as it's taking place. I mean, it's kind of a moving target right now, but knowing that we haven't negotiated salary increases for several of our unions, in fact, no union for 13-14, and employee groups. And then what we're looking at for doing the same negotiations for next year, and then looking at professional development needs in terms of the technology plan. I think we were looking at taking this out of a one-time issue out of the fund balance, because none of these are recurring costs.
Right. Kim?
I want to say 2B. I got a little concerned about that, because if we're going to be, I'm going to use revamping, but that's not the word I want to use right now, but we're getting close to, Letterman time. If we're going to be putting on additions to our buildings, are we jumping the gun doing this? Because I don't want to have to replace the glass on the doors. And I could think logically I could just move the door out or keep the same door, but I know that doesn't happen. So are we going to wait until we figure out from the Consolidated Task Force, so I say it right, until we would implement this?
Are you going to accept what the Consolidated Task Force suggests? Because if you don't, then we just wait. When would we implement this? That's the question.
Well,
I think the answer, if I can answer part of both of your questions, is that 2A and 2B it says 12 months for a reason, and that is to allow the Consolidated Task Force to come forward with recommendations to look at each building that it's recommending have improvements to its facilities, and then make the determination which ones we could go ahead with this with, and which ones would have to wait until the facilities are improved.
But, I mean, I don't feel comfortable approving this amount of money until I know for sure what we're going to do with that. And I can't tell you for sure if we're going to have the information from the task force done, possibly a referendum done, so we can approve it all. And I would hate for all this work to be done and the taxpayers' money to go out when we hope something's going to happen. So that's my question on that one. The other one on number 1, I talked to some security personnel, and we have a panic button at SPASH, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that differ than the wave notification? Because they believe that the panic button is adequate enough and would save our district thousands of dollars.
They believe that system, I've talked to them, they believe that system is adequate for them. I disagree. I think that the sooner you can get overall police force coming, I mean, Trina James isn't there 100% of the time. She's there a lot of the times.
Who is this?
The liaison officer.
Okay.
So the assumption that she's the one that's going to be calling the police, because she is the police, is assuming that she's there all the time. So I'd say with the buttons, you know you're going to get the police coming, regardless of whether she's there or not.
Don, who does the panic button alert?
It alerts all the police, it goes over to police radio frequencies. So it sends a pre-recorded message out that says that there's, whatever the activity is going on at the school at that time, like active shooter, whatever you want to call it.
No,
So the panic button is?
Oh, you mean the current panic?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
About the current panic button. Who does it alert?
It goes over their internal radios.
Over whose internal radios?
Within the school.
And then somebody then has to pick up the phone and call 911.
Correct.
So I would 100% agree with Don, because we talked about this at Cabinet, that this wave notification system goes to the squad cars. And the point that you made, the team made the last time, was the number one element is time. The quicker they can get an officer there, the more likely it'll be to save lives.
And I agree with that. I just believe, and I'm just going to deal with SPASH, that we have 100 and some staff up there and that panic button goes off. I can guarantee you there's probably going to be at least double digits of teachers that are calling the police if needed, if we don't have the new system. And what you just tried to explain a little bit earlier is that the only person that can call the police is the liaison, and that's incorrect. Anybody can call them if that panic button goes off, correct? Any staff member.
Not everyone's going to hear the panic button. That panic button at SPASH, when it's pressed now, sends a call to their internal radios, the radios that we use to communicate within the building, just to those radios, and it tells them where to report to in the building. It doesn't tell them what's going on, it doesn't tell them what else is happening, and it doesn't notify anyone else. So until they get there and begin to respond to it and figure it out, there's that delay time. The wave system sends that out to the radios in-house, the radios in the squad cars. It sends it out to anyone that we choose to add to that list for emails or text messages. It's virtually limitless as who we can send it to and how we can send it to them. So technically, everyone who's sitting here as a board member could get an alert from a system like that if we choose to put you guys on that list.
Let's give a next scenario. There's a shooter enters a school. They hit the current system. All people come running to the shooter. Who's going to win?
That's stupid. Don't be wrong.
I'm
in the bathroom.
That's what the current system does.
Okay. So how many radios would it be calling? All of the staff that has these radios or these
Which
pagers?
system?
The current one.
Oh, the current system. Yeah, it calls. I'm not sure how many people it calls. I know it calls Jim Mansavage, it calls assistant principals, it calls several people, and they respond.
Somewhere around 10 to 12 radios would be potentially picking up that call.
Okay.
Bob, you had your hand up?
Yeah. Kim, we just had a motion to approve something where we didn't know the cost, and you were all for it. And now we do have an item where we do know the dollar amount, and you're not for it. I don't quite understand it, but
I'm not questioning the cost or the dollar amount. I'm questioning that we're not wasting our money, and I don't think paying money for a teacher is wasting my money. I want to make sure, I've been told by our current staff, our stuff is adequate.
what I said was sustainability. We didn't have an idea of what the cost
General
might
fund.
be.
Kim, one
But
at a
anyway,
time, please.
I want to make a motion to approve the safety and security improvements outlined above and to approve expenditure of funds for same, and if necessary, to take it out of the Fund 10 balance.
Second.
Discussion.
I just want to point out, while I think our security is very important, that 2A and 2B, if that was removed from there, I'd be okay with supporting this right now, but with that included, I really want to, I don't want to be caught in having it done and then undoing it, so.
Can I clarify something? Because Kim made the same point earlier, and I just want to clarify this. It says 12 months on there for a reason. There is recognition in this particular item that the Consolidated Task Force is going to come forward with recommendations for some kind of facility improvements. We don't know what those are exactly. We don't, I mean, they did vote to recommend to the board a grade level configuration change, K5, 6, 8, 9, 12, which obviously would mean a referendum. But this doesn't mean the expenditure of these dollars and then having to come back and touch something twice. That I absolutely agree with that. We only want to touch a building once if we have to. So what this does is it gives flexibility. So if the Consolidated Task Force comes forward and says, just for the sake of an example, 6 of our 9 elementary schools need to have something done to the entrances, but the other 3 should not, then we could move forward with the 3 and wait for the 6 until that facility improvement is made and then use the dollars. This doesn't say, go do them all now. It says within approximately 12 months. But we wouldn't do anything to a building if we were going to alter it, knowing that the Consolidated Task Force recommendations were approved by the board.
Is there a reason, because this is a structural, essentially, change, that this wouldn't be incorporated instead of in this proposal, in the Consolidated Task Force proposal as part of whether we go to referendum or whatever, that wouldn't be part of that instead of this?
Our understanding was that this was a top priority, a high priority.
Okay.
And that we needed to make the schools safe. We didn't like having to wait a year and evaluate all this. Like, I'm sure everybody likes to, when you saw the tragedy at Sandy Hook, everybody wanted to jump to do something. I mean, that's human nature.
Right.
We wanted to do the right thing. We didn't like it either that we had to take so long to do it, but we wanted to do our due diligence.
Yep.
So we brought it to you now. We feel, and again, when you met Tom Hausner at the WASDA convention, that was the missing piece. That was the missing piece to this whole thing, and it just made it, these 3 things together, we feel are a comprehensive approach to making these schools safe. And tying off of what Dr. Weiniger said, the window film covers all entrances. The Consolidated Task Force may only recommend changes to the front entrances. So this encompasses all access points to the building.
Okay. So you're going to be very diligent about that and be careful so that you're doing the ones that aren't going to be changing or whatever.
We'll be responsible with the taxpayers' dollars.
Sorry.
Kim?
And I just want to reiterate or whatever like that. I am for the safety of our children. I've been accused about before that I'm not. And just me asking question doesn't mean I'm not for this. I just want to make sure, as you guys do too, we're doing what's best for our tax dollar, so then we can put more into our, but I want our children to be safe. So, thank you for your help.
Thank you.
There's been a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rockman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Boy,
Moving
it's a
ahead.
trend tonight.
Under D3, approval for the first reading of policy 332, dangerous weapons in schools, which has one addition under exemptions, and that includes tools, knives, razors used by buildings and ground staff in the course of their duties and by contractors hired to perform work in district buildings or on district property. So with that addition to the existing policy, is there a motion to approve policy 332, dangerous weapons in schools, for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Question.
Yes.
I just have a question. I know we talked about, when we talked about putting the rifle cabinet in, and how secure that was. How secure are the maintenance tools? I mean, I wouldn't have thought of it except for you're talking about knives and tools and razors, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder if those are...
Kitchen.
Are those...
The pocket knives, what I found out since being here is that a lot of our guys are using them already, so they're in violation of current policy, because how else are you going to cut gaskets off of a flange?
Right.
I've had contractors come in, and all of a sudden they're pulling a pocket knife off and checking for things. I'm like, okay. They're common tools.
Right. I'm just asking where they're stored, or are they stored in places?
On their
that
person,
are
usually.
Yeah, on the persons, I get, but I mean,
I think Chris's question, Don, is how secure are our current tools, knives, and all the other tools
Right.
from students
Right.
and from people who come into the building?
like if I walk into the building and walk into the maintenance place with all the whatever.
Screwdriver.
Our maintenance staff they each have their own van, and they bring all their tools with them in that van.
I was just asking. Just want to make sure they're
Lisa?
fine.
If we're adding this, which, I'm fine with it, but then it brought to mind shop classes, our labs, our kitchens, we have all of that kind of stuff. So if we're going to add the maintenance people, do we need to incorporate our teaching staff?
That's a good question.
I mean, and kids, when they're in the shop or in the lab or, in the kitchen, they're playing with all this stuff. So, where does that fall in here?
That's a good question. I thought about the kitchen staff. The students shouldn't be in the kitchen, but you're talking probably about some of the educational classes, right?
Correct. Correct.
That would have to be addressed with those staff. I'm not sure what they do in those regards.
Well, yeah, but I'm just thinking, if this is the policy, and, if you pointed out that the custodial staff or maintenance staff, contracts or whatever aren't included in here, maybe we also need to incorporate our other staff, so that...
Well, you have to read the first part of the policy. The possession of a dangerous weapon on school premises, in a school vehicle, or at a school event, or other setting under supervision of a school is prohibited except as otherwise specifically provided. So what this generally means is that if there's supervision in those, for example, foods labs where there are knives, and then under the definition of a dangerous weapon, the only one that you're going to find in a lab setting is knife.
Okay, so then I guess I'm curious, because that being said, the buildings and grounds staff, to me, would be covered under there, just as the other staff would be, because they are supervised. They are our staff.
Well,
Says that.
They're working independently.
The change says that. The change says that buildings and grounds staff, in the course of their duties and by contractors. So they're covered under this change.
Okay, I'm not making myself clear. What I'm trying to say is, if teachers are covered with the shop, labs, and kitchens, because that's school premises, where did you read that from? I apologize. Okay, school premises, including any school building, grounds, recreation. So if that incorporates the teaching staff, the grounds, then it would already incorporate the buildings and grounds staff. So I don't see why then we would need to add that. Am I not making myself clear?
No, but let's just add it. I just want to make sure that our teachers are covered. Yeah, our teachers are covered when they're in a class. I think that's what you're trying to get, is that,
maintenance staff, they should all be covered.
yeah,
Right, but this can't hurt.
yeah. Yeah, can't hear, it can be clarified, but just want to make sure our teachers are covered, so, yeah.
Is there any further discussion? I believe there was a motion to approve policy 832 for first reading, and it was seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Are we changing buildings and grounds staff to just say staff in order to include teachers and all of that?
Oh, that's a very good idea. I didn't make the motion, so I
Well,
can't.
I can amend my own motion, or you want to amend? I'll amend it to just say staff.
I'm good with my second.
Okay, and he's good with the second to change that. If they didn't hear him say that.
All right, so we vote on the amendment first?
What? Get a vote on the, oh, sorry.
Are we voting on the amendment if they change their original
Yeah.
motion?
We need to.
You changed your original motion?
No, I made the motion.
She made the motion, she changed it, and I'm good with that change.
Oh, all right.
So we don't need to vote on it.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sheriff?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Paxton?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Pressler?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, we're up to 9E.
And Brian Casey is not here again.
Televising district broadcast of board meetings.
And if I recall, last time there was questions to make sure that this cost included all the costs it would take to actually run the program, to run the hardware and the software and whatever. Did anybody get a clarification from him?
Without Brian here, I think we need to bring it
Again.
back
So,
and move it up on the agenda.
Can we put this one a little earlier?
yeah,
Yeah.
please.
And one other, just want to comment on this. If the board is seriously considering, and I'm hearing, I don't think there's walking quorums, but I am hearing comments like we may go back to committee meetings. Well, our board meetings may be even shorter than they are now, and so perhaps they would go ahead and continue to, whoever's doing it, and we wouldn't
They're
have to
not doing it anymore.
But
because
if we
of
have
the
shorter
length of our
meetings,
meetings.
yeah,
Right,
because of the
right,
length, but
right.
if we shorten the meetings, perhaps they would.
Yeah, and
It could happen.
yeah, I was going to say it's a done deal, but if
All right.
we could please add this.
So the wish is that the televising meetings move to the April 28th?
Close or high up on the agenda, yes.
And then can we put it as an action item right away? And
All right.
I think we could act on it, but it says information only, so it's kind of confusing, so,
We got to go through that on Thursday, I think.
yes.
So I move to postpone this until the next meeting.
Somebody going to second that?
Jeffrey did.
There's no discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sheriff?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes?
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Paxton?
Yes, oh, sorry.
Yes.
I'll be you, yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Pressler?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, then item 2014-15 Superintendent Performance Evaluation Outcomes.
In light of the other ones being pushed to the new board, I think it might be prudent to do the same with this one.
We have to second that? I'll second it.
I don't know if we need to take a
Well-
motion to do that, do we?
Well,
Yeah, I
we
think just let it
should
go.
just do what you just did, and that's a motion to postpone until 4/28.
Yeah.
Is that what you did?
Oh, yes.
Did somebody second? Thank you.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
One of the notes I put in here after, and we may change the whole thing, and it might be totally different, was, but because administration has so many connections with all different areas of government, perhaps we could have something put in here regarding keeping the board abreast of any legislation that might affect us. I know we have
Thought that
a
was
board
in
member
there.
doing that. I didn't see it in there,
Yeah,
but
it's in there in,
is it on?
where did I read that?
I looked under 2 or 3 different things.
Are you looking at 2013-14 or 2014-15?
14, 15. I thought you had it in here.
did 13, 14.
14, 15.
What instrument are they
I thought I read it.
Well, maybe I missed it then.
Oh, that one.
If I
Well, we
missed
have
it-
2 more weeks to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Just
Hopefully,
Yeah, let's
maybe.
move on.
Maybe.
Okay, let's go.
Do we have to vote and to postpone?
Yes.
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Paxton?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Pressler?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Jerk?
Yes.
Ms. Sutton?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Moving on to 9E6, which is a memo from Angel and I regarding the annual board self-evaluation, which you all participated in last week. If there is any portion of that that people wish to discuss tonight, I mean, you have the results. Where are the results?
They're there.
We have the results. Unless there's something you want to discuss tonight, one of the recommendations we had was that you may wish to consider reviewing those results during new board orientation on Thursday. And if you do so, let Amy know, so make sure that it's included in the packet.
And I apologize for this semi being out of order, but, and I know that, you're new, Amy, but typically at the board meetings, when people put on potential future agenda items, then they're listed under 1, and then this is when we vote on whether or not they go on the agenda or not. So like from the last meeting, there was Century First meeting in May. I don't know what that means, or EL instruction, and I could be wrong, Amy, I apologize if I am. Instructional leaders and costs of having more leaders, review of 100 series policy. Those had to come, weren't those recommendations at the last meeting that they come for a vote to see whether or not they can be on the agenda? Or am I missing? I mean, I wasn't feeling well that night, but that's what I thought I heard.
So you're talking about 9?
And it was in the minutes, under 10C. It's future agenda item requests by board members. And then typically, like on 9E1, under approval of future agenda items, typically they're listed there so that we know that we need to vote on that, whether it comes back or not.
Were there some there's some missing?
There must be some missing.
There's no list.
Right.
Right, and that's where I'm saying, I thought the EL instructional leaders and costs of having more leaders was something that was asked but wasn't voted on. Because I didn't, and I could be wrong, I mean,
Well, Lisa, I think we might have missed them.
Oh.
So if you give me the wording, we'll add it now under future agenda item requests by board members, and we'll get it on for your next meeting.
Okay.
So
it was Century First meeting in May. I don't know what that was about.
Century First.
That's what
Angel,
it says.
didn't you take a list? Because I thought you read it at the end of the meeting.
How about list?
And was that on there?
I don't know. I just remember her reading it at the end of the last meeting of the things that we were going to add.
Because I thought, a review of 100 series, Chris Scott had.
Okay, sorry, here it is. Graduating alumni series, policy 830, bring changes, life skills center, communication, instructional leaders.
Okay, here we go.
Are we going to have other options? Not cost was the question, and it was addressed by Attila that it isn't affordable, but you were wondering if there are other options other than what we presented.
Yes, it needed to be before the board to see if it could go on the agenda.
So what do we want to call it? Instructional leaders? Help me out here.
Just EL instructional leaders, options.
Not EL.
Just instructional leaders. They're not EL.
On structure.
Are they RTI?
No.
Okay.
The instructional leaders.
Okay.
I'm unclear as to what it is that you're asking. You're asking to come up with different options than having instructional leaders at each unit?
It actually has to get on the agenda first for us to, it didn't get put on there. So it's not actually, it needs to be on the agenda to see if it can be on the agenda.
I guess what I'm trying to find out is, what is the agenda
that's
item?
just the way we've been doing it.
I'm asking, what is the agenda item?
When we discussed about paying those instructional leaders more,
Right.
I have stated I don't want them to be doing it anymore, to be pulling them out of the classroom. I would like to see that is their only job. Maybe not those teachers, but we hire some. You said it's not sustainable. I would like to see numbers, or a few of the board members like to see numbers. If we would hire somebody to do that job, 2 people, 3 people to go to buildings. That's what we had asked for.
Yeah, and I would agree with Kim. I don't believe we solved the problem. Throwing money at it didn't solve the problem.
But again, we have to put it on the agenda to vote on it to go on the agenda.
And then there was a review of the 100 series of board policies.
And that doesn't have to go all year long. It was just something to be put on that we look at. And maybe we'll do that with the new board.
Right, but, well, yeah, I mean, because the new board will be...
Everybody has to kind of follow them, and if you haven't been on the board, you better know what you got.
All right, were there other items from last meeting that we missed?
I have everything.
Okay.
And then,
We have it?
okay.
What about for things that came up tonight that you would like?
You want me to read my
perhaps?
list first?
Well, are we...
We have to vote on those. Are you asking to vote on those?
No,
we can't.
No. I would like if possible, on the next agenda, and I know it's your call, the board officer power and duty policies, so that if, by some chance, we run into the same concerns and issues that we did last year, it's on the agenda so that we can handle that that night.
Do you have the number, Lisa?
No, I do not.
180. Sounds familiar.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to 10A, but you're fine.
Anything else? All right, to help Amy, back on the board self-evaluation, which we all have, do you wish that information shared at the organizational meeting on Thursday? Or not the organizational meeting, your
No,
board
orientation workshop, yeah. No, I think we have enough to cover.
So you don't want it included? Okay.
At
They
the
can, the board can
28th,
decide.
Lisa?
No, the 17th.
17th.
You don't want it included?
I personally don't, but if the board wants it, they can.
Which item is that?
The board self-evaluation?
The survey results that we all have?
The workshop is about roles and responsibilities, Robert's Rules of Order, information flow between board members and the administration, generally speaking. Is that right?
That's a pretty good plateful
Angel?
right there.
Exactly, that's my thought.
And can I just make a request? When we have these meeting dates, can we put them in chronological order? Because I thought that was a misprint for like May 17th, because I never got an email saying it was... Yeah, but I thought it was May because it was after April 28th. It went April 28th to April 17th. And I thought it was a misprint when I finally got it. So
Okay.
just food for thought, but I do have a couple things I want to add.
Is that scheduled for the 17th, April 17th?
It's 17th, yeah, we never got an email or anything on it.
No.
This is the first time we heard about it.
So yeah, put it in your calendar.
I can't
Are you
make it
talking
anyway.
about this Thursday?
Yes.
Thursday, I can't make
We
it.
had to have heard about it, and I didn't call anybody, and it's on my calendar. And if
Amy,
it's on my
didn't you send
calendar...
out an email?
I didn't get an email.
They filled out.
But I can't make it, so.
Yeah, surveys were,
What day?
yeah, emails were sent out saying what day worked best
Yeah,
based on the survey.
The survey was done,
But
but I never got anything after that.
You have any, I got the email. That's,
I must have got it, it's in my,
I know I didn't.
Nothing gets on my...
Yeah, because, I mean, I was having internet problems back then, but I never got it either until this. But I can make it, so I don't have a
Yeah,
problem.
same here.
But
Did you get an email?
All right, so the sense is
Doesn't really matter.
we aren't ready to share the annual
You
board
find it.
self-evaluation with the new board. Are there any other items to be added to the future agenda item requests by board members?
did we have the policy 830 on there? I don't know if that was my shake to Amy's head or if she was responding to Attila. Okay. And I would like to see if we can get on the agenda, I don't know if we can do it in open, but the bus driver's complaints. I'm sure we all received a letter. So,
More
I
than
didn't
a
get one.
letter.
I didn't get one.
yeah?
I didn't
What?
get one.
A letter on what?
A letter from the bus drivers. It was an
Didn't
anonymous
get all
letter
that?
that came in the mail.
I didn't get
Oh,
one.
I got way more than a
They must
letter.
like you because I never got one.
I wouldn't put that on.
So, you know, we need to address something.
is it
About it.
Anonymous?
Yeah, I mean, I can share it. It came from anonymous source.
I can't remember if it was
Respectfully, that's an
anonymous or not.
administrative function. I wouldn't
first of all, it's an anonymous letter, number one. Number two is, we have met with Don and John and Tom. And
I don't think we can actually talk about this. It's not on the agenda, so.
Well, she's trying to put it on an agenda.
Well,
She's
but
putting it
all I'm
on the-
doing is, can we?
On to vote on it.
Yes.
So we can vote it down when it comes up.
Yep, and at that point, I mean, then, yep, so. It's right here. I was looking for it.
Does the administration have a copy of it?
I don't know, sweetie. It was mailed to me.
Give it to the administration, then they'll have a copy.
I'm just assuming again, everybody's got one.
was that the one inviting us to a meeting?
No, I went to the meeting.
No, but is that the one?
No, this was dated March 28th.
I don't have that.
Okay. And it says, "School board members, Stevens
really
Point
can't
School
talk
District."
about this.
Yep, that's true. So, I mean, I can share it with anybody that they didn't say, so, but anyways, I would like to put that on the agenda to, and if we decide at that time we can't talk about it, then we'll hopefully talk about it at some time.
All right. If there's nothing else, before we move into
So I have
Yeah.
one more. Exit interviews. I didn't pull out the consent agenda because I was a little slow getting caught up. I would like something about getting these exit interviews. We had, 11 people resign again?
I have the reasons for every one of them, if you'd like to know.
Okay, well, maybe we can bring it to an agenda item and we can talk about it then.
That's a personnel thing. I don't know if you want to bring that out.
Okay. If we can put it on there so we can vote on it if we want to talk about it or not, thank you. I think that's all.
We're done? All right, is Glenn Reindl still in the house? He did ask to address us before we go into closed.
No.
Okay, all right. Is there a motion to move into closed under 19.81 Parent 1 Parent F, 19.85 Parent 1 Parent C, and 19.85 Parent 1 Parent G?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
I have a comment,
Yeah, please.
please.
Go.
I would like to make a comment, even though it is not on the agenda. I'm going to say it anyway. Thank you very much, Terry. Thank you very much, Bob, before we go into closed session, for all you've done, for all you've given us, for all you've taken from us, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
I know you said no, but...
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Ms. Shipley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Todd?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-2.
Okay, while we clear that.